folks. This is Chasing Truth, Sean G on tap for the Dark Waters Paranormal Radio app and the Chasing the Truth Sean G YouTube channel. Folks, tonight's going to be interesting because I really didn't know I was going to go in this direction until probably late yesterday, about 7 or 8 o'clock, maybe 9 yesterday. But I've got some incredible footage that we're going to see from Dogmancams in the back of Lakea and the Ball of Nightmare's backyard. Now, I don't know if you're going to see what I see, but holy cow. Let's see what else. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Hold on just a second. I don't have something up that I usually put up. Give me just a second while I try to get this thing situated. I apologize for not being so prepared, but I appreciate y'all. Candy, Scott, Azure, Edward, Shell, Andy. Yeah, I'm not going to show my foot off tonight, but Bigfoot possibly. Jack, what's going on? Thaddeus, Cray West, Rachel, Red Raider, Chica, and a host of others in the chat already. Please like, share, and subscribe this out. You never know what you're going to get, especially tonight. But give me just a second to get this show here. Well, crap. Hold on just a second. Let me get this live stream here and pop this chat out here so I can get the appropriate stuff. Copy. I apologize. I should have already checked this in, but I just didn't see to post it for whatever reason on my end. It's just one of those things. You get wanting to do something real quick, and then all of a sudden everything goes by the wayside there. Well, wrong keyboard there, Sean. Get that in there. There we go. But how you guys doing tonight? Yeah. Oh yeah, here we go. Got this all ready. Fantastic. Let me get the sampler here. Trying to get it to where I can actually throw some stuff up here for you and see what we can get. 1.77. I'm looking for 1.77. I know I'm talking a little gibberish there, but tonight I've got a Bigfoot picture, some Bigfoot stuff definitely going on here. So hold on just a second. Let me see if I can get this. Whatever reason this thing is wanting to do its thing. Live streams are the best. Yeah, I know the live streams are the best, but holy cow, what are you doing here? So yeah. I'll be a son of a biscuit eater. What's going on? Pop out chat's not working. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. No, I don't want to do that. Hey, Sean, hitchhiking with aliens again. Yeah, I'm trying to keep them, at least trying to keep the stuff up there out of the way. So anyway, yeah. I'll be son again. That thing is, well, I won't be having my highlighter tonight, but there you go. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is. So anyway, let's pull up what we got going on in the chat over here. I can see you fine folks over here. Chat overlay. Love your show. Lewis, what's up? Barry, hey. Now, let me pull this up. Hopefully all these things are situated. Now, I was over on the Ball of Nightmares live stream, and we revealed what I was going to talk about tonight. Just the snapshot, not the video yet, but just the snapshot. So here, I'm going to try to pull this snapshot up and pull it over here. So just to let you know, hey, here's the snapshot, folks. Just to let you know what's going on. And what do you think about that? Dark Waters family. Salute, Jean Paul. interesting. I've already talked for another, well, I guess about an hour and a half before I even got on this thing. So, wow. Let's see if I can get this chat overlay. Okay, there we go. I'll be able to do it from this way. Hold on just a second. Holy shit. Get the chat overlay here and then pop it over here. That's cool. I might be able to do it this way. And go over here and see what happens. Chat overlay. There we go. Copy. And then go over here. Boy, howdy. Sometimes you just wonder what goes in my mind. But, yeah, there we go. Hopefully this will work. I don't know. We'll see. And, yeah, there we go. Let's see if this will work now. Well, I thought it would work, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Well, son of a biscuit eater. Oh, well. I'll work on it in the background to see what's going on with you guys. So, do you think you've seen that? Okay. Does that look like Bigfoot to you? Bigfoot definitely over there, candy from Thaddeus Cray. And, holy cow, I wish I had where I could highlight this stuff. Let me do a couple of little things in the background here and see what I can come up with. YouTube, and do this, and go live over here so I can grab whatever is going on here. There we go. Maybe I can do it like this. Oh yeah, here we go. And then pop out this chat right here. Oh yeah. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Already blocking people. Oh wow. That's impressive. Already blocking people. I apologize. I'll get my head in the chat here in just a second. Let me get this chat highlight stuff worked out in my head real quick. And let's see if I go now. Well, nope. I don't get it. Shit on the shingle. Oh well. That don't work. It is what it is, I guess. And whatever this is tonight, that's not working. I couldn't tell you. Maybe there was an update to my browser that it didn't like it. Oh well. We'll see. We'll see. Best stream possible. And I just can't get that aspect right. Well. Anyway. That being said, tonight is Open Lines, and I've got a special edition tonight where we're going to be looking at some footage. Thank you to Miss T for helping me out with this screenshot that she did all the work in the background. But honestly, what in some strange is going on in the back of the Vault of Nightmares yard for sure. Hold on just a second. Let me get this thing up here. And we'll go live to the Vault of Nightmares backyard here in just a second, as soon as I get my P's and Q's all ready. There's that. And we'll see what's going on back there. But there you go. So what we're going to do now, I think I'm going to turn this off, close. Let's go ahead and just open this up for, get the conversation going on, let's see, where is this real link off there? Okay. And we've already seen, let's see, this is the original footage that we've been watching tonight. That I've been watching, and Dark Waters has got it, Vault of Nightmares has got it, a host of others have got it. And I really wanted to see what LaKay would say about that. Here it is. I don't know if you can see this thing back here, and let me point this pointer here. Yeah, there we go. Highlight this pointer. Right there is the thing that we're looking at. is right there standing. You tell me what that is. Is that pareidolia? William, what's up? But tonight is live unscreened calls. If you want to call in and talk about what we're looking at right now, 931-994-6917. Bigfoot Anonymous actually called me about an hour ago, and I said, nope, you're a little early, buddy. But he's going to go into a movie and do some other stuff. Pine Barrens, New Jersey, 1 to 1 million acres. That's cool. Interesting, Rich. But yeah, let's see if we can get some stuff in here. I have a new to speak of. I've got this thing going on in the Teesprings chat. Now this is what's playing right now is a repeating 12-second clip, and I don't know if you can see it. Well, it might translate a little rough. I forgot about that over YouTube. But tell me what you see over there. Scott Morgan says, eye and cheek. Well, hold on just a second. Let's get this up. Now you see this is the untouched 12-second video streaming right there. Let's get this thing up here to where I can get the other one popped up. Now, what we're looking at is right about here on the right side of the, well, no. Let's move this over here. I don't know if that's, there you go. There's that son of a gun. This is going to repeat and repeat and repeat. So what do you think that is? Definitely moving. I can see it blink. I can see the mouth moving. There's some stuff over here on the left that Miss T saw. And I think Lakea saw something. She said something about a portal. I don't know what she's saying. What's Lakea saying? Now that this is up and at it. Catalyst says she thinks it's too close for comfort. Well, there you go. Yeah, I guess true enough on that one. True enough. True enough. True enough. Too close for comfort. Too close for comfort. Yep, there you go. What's up, folks? Truth. There's the video, and there's the well, the only thing that I've done with this video is just enlarge it to where you could actually see the character at large. I know it. I don't know. You tell me. Okay, what do you think about that? 931-994-6917. You want to call in? Tonight is the night to call in, and I've got the unscreened open lines going on here. Let me make sure I got everything. Yep, sure do. This is this is some strings. Thought she was going to go couch surfing over at DW's there, Bald Nightmares. But what do you think? Let's see if I can get this thing up here a little bit. No, I don't want to invite. Where the heck did this come from? I don't want to invite that either. Well, according to Discord, they want me to play with it for a second. I don't know why. Need some enhancements. Well, let's see. Don't see what you're seeing. Okay, here, let's go over here. Let me go grab this one enhancement here and pull this up right there. That is the enhancement. That's a screenshot, which should be popping up here in just a minute. Now, here's the thing. I actually thought about this. There's going to be some skeptics, which, that's healthy to be a skeptic and all that stuff. But the skeptics want something like a hostage picture with Bigfoot holding a newspaper with a current printing of a local paper with the date and time stamp on it, held in front of the Bigfoot. That's what I'm getting. But is this Bigfoot? Is this something, or is it just straight up frickin' pareidolia? She's out vault. So what do you think? Call in 931-994-6917 is the call-in number, and tell me what you think about this. And let's pop this other enhanced one up here. And we'll get this a little larger and see if we can get this where you can actually see it. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. That's should be right up in the middle of the frickin' screen. Maybe. Yeah, there you go. That should be just right. Let me hit the pointer over here. I'm going to point it right at it, not past it. It's right on the other left side of that tree between those two trees where this red pointer is. And then you can see it standing in front of this other tree. Azura says it's definitely legit. Well, I hope it is. Now, I got this myself off of Dogmancams and Vault of Nightmares, Vault 1 camera in the back of his yard yesterday about 6:06 p.m. Central Time. So if you got a continual feed of this thing going, there you go. Crazy as it is. Well, let's see. For whatever reason, well, son of a gun. It may be just I've got too many things up at once. Let's see if that's it. Let me copy this and then close out all of these things and get this to where this will go here. Oh, sounds like the old gray mirrors in the background there. But let me pull the chat back up and see what's going on here. I wish I could post what the comments are going on in the chat here. Wonder if you see stuff more often putting a cam further back in that area. Well, if it was further back in that area, it'd be in Lakea's bedroom, I think. I don't know how far it is from the back of their house, but there you go. Maybe seeing things, possibly because I'm staring so hard, but it looked like it had a snout. Well, let's see. Let's pull this back up over here and shut this off right here. There you go. Looks like a snout and a mouth to me. Show us listening while cooking. Listening while cooking. I don't know what this is. Is it just straight up, did we catch something? Did the camera catch something? Or is this straight up pareidolia? You tell me. Let me see if I can do some enhancements here. Over here on my tool bench here. Nope. Color, edit. Okay, let's do separate. I'll see if we can get that. That bring that out a little bit there for you folks. Sure, you have the back of curtains. You don't want that peeping at you. There you go. I put a sepia filter. That's the only other filter I've added to it other than enlargement on this screen capture here. Glimmerman, I don't know. I don't think it's Glimmerman, but you can definitely see something. Let's see. Put this thing up here. Let me pull this. Now, right here, you can see where this red hour is pointing. Looks like it's got his arm around a tree, and there's a big old, well, I don't have the ability to do a whiteboard on here, but there you go. Oh, here we go. I forgot to turn this off. Unscreened open lines, you are on there. What's your name and where you from? Hello. You're on there. Oh, wait a minute. Here.
I'm down in Florida right now with my wife because we're like making a move down here.
Oh, okay. So my wife, what's your name and where you from? I'm sorry, I had you muted there while I was asking you. I apologize for that.
Oh, okay, no problem. My name is Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Hey,
Well,
how
so
you
what are you
doing,
seeing on that? What are you
Sean?
seeing on? Yeah, doing great, Chris. Appreciate you. What are you seeing on
Okay.
this Dogmancams snippet I've got in the screenshot?
Oh, well, that looks like a face. I watched this earlier, but the reason why I'm calling is because I'm from New York, and me and my wife recently moved down to Florida. But I gotta still go back up north to finish off my retirement. But anyway, she just got a job down here,
Mm-hmm.
and it's in a Family Dollar. So I wanted her to tell the story, but she's like, no. So I'm gonna tell you a story. As
Okay.
if I get it wrong, baby, correct me.
I was closing.
Okay, my wife just started this job at this Family Dollar, and they closed the doors, so she was behind the counter, and she heard something in the aisle
With the shopping cart,
with a shopping cart,
like in the aisle.
like in the aisle.
So I
Okay.
asked, who's in here? Did you close the door? Did you make sure nobody was here? You sure nobody was in here?
Okay.
So I walked to see who was there, and nobody was there. So I came back and I told the assistant manager, I was like, who was here? Is somebody here? That you don't know? She said, no, I closed the door. Okay, so then we left it like that. So then the next day I went to work and was closing again. I was closing again that day. And the other assistant manager said, did you hear about the ghost stories in here? And I said, what? What ghost stories? And I said, listen, I heard something yesterday. I heard something in the aisle yesterday. Like somebody was walking up and down the aisle with a shopping cart, something that was down there rigging.
Mm-hmm.
And she told me, yeah, everybody here has heard that. You heard it? And I said, yeah, I heard it. So all my hairs are standing up, and I was walking out. I walked down the aisle, and I was like, whatever's not for me, you stay here. Whatever's for me, you go with me. That's what I said.
Thank you, baby, for telling them the story, because you did a lot better job than I would have done. So there you go.
I wasn't scared, but that's like somebody that
I can't. I honestly didn't hear her. So
Oh, wow, you honestly didn't hear her? Wait, let me
I
put her
did
on,
not.
Sean. So
I could hear her in the
I'm gonna put her on.
background.
I'm gonna put her on. Okay, I'm sorry, Sean. Let me put her on so you can hear her. Okay.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello. Who am I speaking
Hi,
with?
how are you?
I'm doing great.
Well, my name is Luz.
Okay,
So
Liz.
I was, yeah. So that's what happened when I was working. I was closing the store that night, two nights.
All
So
right.
that's what happened to me. And then, I didn't.
Explain. Tell us, because you didn't hear you.
Oh, I said that when we closed the store. We closed the store at 10 o'clock. So
Right.
I heard something coming down the aisle, like something wiggly, like like when you have a shopping cart and you're walking down the aisle, because I worked as a cashier. So I was like, okay. So I told the assistant manager, I was like, did you sure you didn't lock somebody in here? I told her. She was like, no, nobody's in here. So I'm walking down the aisles, but my hairs are standing up, like when the cat hairs and the dog hairs stand up, that you
Mm-hmm.
feel like afraid, like kind of scared, but not scared. Like you aware. So then I went back, I checked, and I came back, and I was like, no, there's nobody here. So then I just forgot about it. We went home, we closed the store, we went home. Then the next day, the assistant manager came in, and she was like, the other assistant manager, she was like, did you hear about the ghost stories over here? And I was like, what ghost stories? And she said, yeah, everybody heard something over here all the time. Everybody heard this happening over there, this happening there, this and that. I said, you know what? I heard something yesterday, but I told the assistant manager. She looked at me like I was crazy, So,
All right.
yeah, for real. She looked at me like I was crazy. Like what? Like I don't know. I just told her what I heard. And I went to check to see if somebody was there. A kid or something. Because you always not try to think it was something like that. So then But she told me that. I said, I heard this yesterday. She goes, oh, you see, you heard it too? And everybody, we was all talking about it and this and that. And I said, well, probably it's something, because this is a family dollar now, it's a store. So probably this is somebody's home that passed away here, but they're not evil because nothing, it wasn't attacking me. It wasn't saying nothing. It wasn't scaring me. It was just like, I heard something, So that's what I figured. Yeah. That's my story. And we just moved here from New York.
Oh,
but
man.
It was, yeah, that's what it was. Like that. We just moved here from New York, So I was like, this is my first job over here, and I I felt that, I was like, oh my God. But when I was walking down the aisle, I felt my hairs were standing up, like you got goosebumps, and my hairs were standing up, and I was like, whatever's happening is gonna happen. I'm just gonna find out if somebody's stuck in here, somebody's here. Because it was two women. It was only me and the other woman in there, and that's it. There was nobody else in the store. So I was like, okay, so let me see. Let me go check back there. Us from New York, we got balls, so. So I went to check. Because she didn't want to move. She stood there stuck. So she didn't want to move. I said, I want to go check to see what's going on here. And that's what happened to me.
Yeah. So how many people have seen this thing or heard this thing or interacted with it?
It says like everybody in the store have encountered this thing. Like nobody seen it, but everybody heard it. They hear things happening over here, hear things happening over there. But that happened to me. That's the first time that ever happened to me. I was like, what? But I put it out of my mind, like, okay, now I'm bugging out,
Oh, yeah.
So that's what I said. I said, I'm bugging out, okay.
This thing didn't follow you home, did it? This thing didn't follow you home. Okay, just making sure.
No, because I was in the store, I said, whatever's for me is for me, and whatever the evil is not for me, you stay here. And I came home. And they followed me home. I know about that.
Okay.
That's what you always got to say when you hear things like that. Whatever's good for me, you stay with me. Whatever's not good for me, you stay over here.
Right.
In God's name.
True enough. So when has anybody else had this experience and it followed them home, or when's the last time you heard anything about this occurring in that place of work?
No, that happened the day before yesterday, right? The day before yesterday. I worked like 2 days ago. I worked at night. I closed the store. So then that's when that happened. And then when I went to work the next day, I was closing. I was closing again. That was my shift. So then that's when everybody was talking about it. I was like, what are you talking about? You heard about the ghost stories over here? And then I looked, like I was doing the cashier, and I looked and I said, the ghost stories? I said, listen, I heard this and this and this. I was telling the assistant manager, I heard this and this and this, and she was like, oh, you heard it too? Everybody heard it here.
Wow. Can you mimic it? Can you mimic what you heard?
I heard like somebody walking with something rickety. For me, I said it was a shopping cart because that's all I hear all day is like a shopping cart, like walking with a shopping cart. It sounds like something rickety, walking with something rickety. Maybe it was somebody that was somebody's house before. That's what I'm saying. That's what I told my husband. I said, maybe that was somebody's house and they left that house and they in a walker or in a wheelchair or something, you understand? And that was their house. So where they at? The spirit's still there.
Sort of sounds like a tale my grandfather told me about an old place, a place that they owned over in a place called Tom's Creek. And he said you could hear this lady run down the road in high heels, but you never could see her. And he actually took his old .22 rifle, and shot at it, and it's still running. And then I think my grandmother, rest both their souls, said it cackled at him.
Yeah, but I didn't see anything. I just heard it, and the store is big.
Yeah.
So I'm in the cashier. I'm in the front. Like when you walk through the door, I'm right there to the left hand side. I'm there, and I heard it like to the back of the room, like you know, like you could tell when you're working somewhere, that you could tell where the noise is coming from. So I could tell that it was coming like from the aisle, like towards the back. You know, like towards the back to the middle coming. So I was like, somebody's here. I told her, sister, somebody is here. You locked somebody in here. And she was like, no, I locked the door. Nobody's here. I was like, and I have to go get my jacket. And I was like, oh my God, somebody's here. And we only two women here. You know what I mean? That's what I was thinking. And I said,
do you have those mirrors or a camera system up in that place, a business?
Yeah, there's cameras. There's cameras, but there's a camera. When I was walking down the aisle, the camera looked like it was static.
Jack wants to know, was there a cart there or nothing? Just the noise of the cart?
No, it was us. It was no cart. We already had the carts inside all stacked up. Everything, because it was closing. That's it. We closed the door. At 10 o'clock, we closed the door, and then we start counting the drawer. We start cleaning, we start putting everything back. So everything was already put back. We was counting the drawers, and I heard that. I was like, oh, my God, you got to put this money away. Like, what's going on? Somebody's here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And that was real crazy. I never experienced nothing like that.
Oh, well. You're part of a happy club. I don't know if you can say it happy, but I've seen and heard stuff like that most of my life. Actually, I did a little bit of rebuking before I got.
It too. Like when I was younger, I was cooking, right? I was cooking for my kids, and I heard somebody call my name like right in my ear, and I turned around like, oh my God, who's calling me? Nobody was there.
Right.
So but this is something that I never heard that before. I was like, oh wow. And then to go and look to see if somebody's there, I went to check because there's two women there. We were there by ourselves. I was like, no, I'm gonna go check to see if anything's happening. Well, we run out the door. I was right outside. I was like, in the door. I was like, open the door. We gotta run out this door. I want to leave you in there. I don't care.
Yeah.
I was right outside.
Yeah, that was so scary. I didn't think about ghosts. I thought it was somebody in there. Like somebody here somewhere, and then we close the door and they're gonna get us or something. You know what I mean? That's what I thought.
Right.
I was real crazy. I don't know. I was telling my husband and this and that. Then I came back to the executive. Honey, this lady told me about ghost stories in there, this and that. And he was like, oh my God, for real? He knows about all this stuff. And he was telling me, oh my God, and be careful with this and that. I was like, no, but it wasn't nothing like that. I wasn't scared. I wasn't afraid,
Mm-hmm.
So it's not evil. It was nothing, it's not something that was evil.
Well, I'm glad nothing come of it other than having a story that you can tell.
Yeah.
Well, Luce, I appreciate you calling in. Fascinating story.
Thank you.
God bless you, and I hope that thing don't show up at your house.
No, it's not. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, Luce from Florida, formerly. Wait a minute, we got Chase. Wow. Hold on just a second, Chase, and we'll get you on there. Chase the trucker is on there. What's up, brother? You're on there, Chase.
What's going on, Sean? Hey, buddy, how you doing?
I'm just trying to do a Wednesday night show, and everything's happening at once. I think I got everything I needed to fix. So that's great.
Right.
Have you seen the video? What do you think about that video?
Well, let's start by saying you're a legend from here on out, capturing that. It was awesome.
That's I was just lucky to turn on the Dogmancams and said, wait a minute, what is that? And that wasn't the 10 or 12 seconds that's looping right now. That wasn't what I saw. I saw something more definite than that. There's something. If anybody was recording this at 6:06 p.m. yesterday on the camera time, go back and look at that footage a few minutes before and a few minutes after. See what you saw.
Have you heard of anybody else getting any captured of that same footage?
No, this is the first time I released it. I actually talked to Ball of Nightmares earlier today, and I sent him a text message. I would say it took him all of 3 or 4 minutes to call me back and say, son, I'm going to use this on my show. So, well, I'm going to put this on my show too. And I jumped on his show and then said, okay, go ahead and release the photograph. But I'm actually posting the actual video. Now, for you, the folks out there, I actually posted this over on TikTok last night. and no, I got one person on there that said that they couldn't see anything. And I was like, all right.
Wow.
Yeah. But, this, other than me just blowing the video up and looping it, that's the only thing I've done to the current thing. Now, the snapshot I posted on Facebook and other places, that thing, my girlfriend, Miss T, put that out and did some editing and stuff with it and brought out the whatever that thing is. I don't know. I still haven't. I would love to hear from LaKay what her actual initial reaction was, other than she said she's going to do some couch surfing over in DW's place. She's moving out of there.
A couple of things about this video, man, and it looks like, from what I could tell, it looked kind of like his head was cocked sideways, looking around the tree.
It looks like it was looking around the tree to me, and I can see the mouth moving, and I can see it blinking, and then it kind of gets blurry. You know how the Matrix thing gets when you start moving, and I've dealt with IR lights for I couldn't tell you how long, video with doing sleep lab studies. That's what we used in the sleep lab. I had a nice old Sony camera that had 1080p quality video, and people would matrix out into bed. You could see you could see a body in there, but you couldn't tell what the hell their face was. But that was under optimum conditions. This is not optimal conditions. This thing ain't holding a newspaper up in front of its face saying, hey, this is current newspaper with today's date on it. This is something being elusive standing beside a tree, or that's what I'm taking.
It looks like it's got its left arm around the tree too, like holding on to the tree.
Yeah, it sort of does. And the actual, hold on a second, let's pull this up here with the actual thing. If you look, I just put up the picture. Move the photo. Right here's the arm. Hopefully, as I'm talking, it's real time, but it's going to take it a second for you to see it on your end. And then I can see something over here. I don't know if it's holding something in its other arm opposite of the one that's around the tree, or what looks like it's around the tree. I don't know what that is. Could it be something? I don't know. Hard to tell. Hard to tell on that end. I don't know.
Wow. It also, for the first few shots I've seen, it kind of looks like it's almost like the light, like it's so dark that it's almost like the light kind of it absorbs some light, sort of. It's like that dark looking.
Well, let me revert this thing back to its original thing. I don't know.
Oh wow, man! You see fingers.
I can see something. I don't know what that is in its opposite hand, other than from what on the left side on the picture itself. Looks like it's got its arm or hand or something around the tree, and you can actually see part of, maybe the outline of its body. That thing is huge. It's like probably as wide as the tree from the right to the left, and then some, standing on the other side of the tree. I don't know if that, could that be pareidolia? I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people out there run out there and say, yeah, that's pareidolia. But Okay, if you know, other than a dead body, and then they get down to a DNA sequence, well, that could be a human. We're going to charge you with whatever, an altercation or something if it's a dead body. But I think it's going to get down to that. You could have a dead body and a dead specimen of whatever this thing is that I think it might be, but I don't know.
Somebody say it's a movie prop. You shoot a dead body, take pictures and videos, and they'll be like, "Oh, that's a movie prop."
Well, there was one Dogman thing that was actually turned out to be a movie prop that wound up on several places. But I honestly don't think Vault or Lakea's got a movie prop of whatever this thing is.
Man,
now I had a gorilla mask. I had a gorilla mask when I was in college working at this Goodies Family Clothing, and now it's been closed down for a long time. But I took one of the mannequins off the floor and put the gorilla mask on it and put it in my manager's office, and you should have heard the squeal out of her when she opened it up. I almost got fired over that, but that's all right.
I was about to say, you were a prankster, man. Come on now, not Sean.
Oh, there was oh God, what was her name? Shirley. She was a assistant manager, and we had one of these balloon specials where you use balloons and put them on all the the racks and stuff. Another fellow that I worked with at that time, we took all those balloons and stuff, just popping them. We went out, garbage bags full of them, and literally filled that lady's car up with balloons. until it got to the point where we had it so full. You hold the balloons in, Sean. I'll slam the car door shut.
Is this the same lady that you got with the gorilla mask?
No, this was another lady. This was an assistant manager. Her name was Shirley. But yeah, man, I honestly I don't know if she's still on. At work. Yeah, I was a terrorist at work, but that was a 20-year-old me doing that crap. So.
Oh,
holy cow! That's been 20. That's been 20 some years ago. That doesn't seem right, but yeah, that's true. Crazy.
Well, time flies, don't it?
What do you think this thing is, there, Chase?
Man, from everything I can tell, it I'm gonna say Squatch. I don't think that's One-Eyed Willie because it's got the two eyes, right?
I don't.
Wasn't there another one that we seen? That was maybe you think maybe that could be the what was that DW calls it
One-Eyed Willie?
What's that word?
I forgot what
he had. What did he say?
I don't really.
Man, he said something crazy.
Yeah, I can't remember what the name of that was. He actually put that on his YouTube thing in that community thing. What you wanted to, gave like 4 choices. What do you want to call it? And gave 4 choices. I forgot what it was. It won out. I didn't pay attention to it long enough to go back and look, but may have to do that.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the same creature that we had got, that DW and everybody got a little while back, with a big head, and then there was the faces around it. I wonder if that's the same creature. It's in the same spot area.
Maybe. Well, it does kind of look like it. It's been around those trees. I think it's to the one that I saw a video over on retrospective over on Dogmancams YouTube. I think it was to the left of both of those trees, if I remember correctly, and lower.
I think so. Yeah, that is. I mean, it's and it's you could tell it's in front of the other tree. Man, that's I would say that's some undisputable evidence. And man, if you had only got a few seconds earlier, you got that other stuff. What was it doing when you first saw it? What did you first see?
Well, there was a lot of stuff going on about that time in my life. 6:06 p.m. yesterday, there was some stuff that happened, and I was trying to just get my mind off it. I just popped open the app and say, okay, well, let's try to get my mind off of it. And I looked on the camera, and I was like, wait a minute, what the hell's that? And then I thought, Oh, let me hit the, I took a couple, 3 or 4 pictures of it, screenshots, and I said, wait a minute, I can actually frickin' record this. And this is what the recording was. It looked a whole lot better, but it looked like it was looking around a little bit, like this was. And honestly, I couldn't see that well, other than I said, well, that's enough recording. If there's something there, it'll show up. If it won't, I will just superimpose it over top of something else. And I was like, well, there's something there. I don't know. And that's the reason why I've got it here, to get people's opinion, what this is.
See, ain't that crazy? We have all these abilities now to record on spot. Take you see it. Say you're walking, you see a Sasquatch, boom. You're not thinking to grab your phone and take a picture right then. I mean, it took you a second to even, calculate what you're seeing, and then be like, oh crap, let me hit record. That's pretty wild. I can't wait. I hope somebody else got a hold of some more. We got a little bit more evidence. But that's fire.
Yeah, well, there's so many eyes. One time, as most I've heard, was almost 200 people on that camera at one time. I don't know how many was running it at that time, but here in a little bit, I'm going to go to the live stream. Who knows? We might see this booger again.
Who knows, man? What did you think about that siren sound that Vault got, man?
Well, Vault of Nightmares.
Z-Wiki Woods.
Yeah, in Z-Wiki Woods. He said he was going to send me the audio file, but he sent me an entire the Booger Valley episode. 3 gigabytes.
Like
3 gigabytes. I was like, how in the hell does an audio file of probably a 4 or 5 second yell on be 3 gigabytes? And I said, well, okay. I said, well, I'll put it in my audio program. So can't play it. I was like,
well, you
what?
better feel fortunate he didn't send you the Cash App like he does everybody else.
It is what it is.
Oh man.
But
awesome. Well, maybe he'll be able to send it over and everybody can hear that scream, because that's some incredible evidence, man. We're getting all this great evidence all in one day, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on down there, but there is some strange going on in that backyard where that camera is. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, I can tell you this right here, Mississippi, because I ride through it all the time, and it is literally, you're looking at the GPS, all you see is just forest, thick woods, and then you'll come upon a couple houses here and there. I think Mississippi is really underrated, especially mid-Mississippi, a little bit north. It's just so underrated. I mean, there's just so much stuff that comes out of there, and it's wild, man. But I think we're off to a good start, man, and we are going to be ahead of the curve and ahead of the game when it comes to all this. And I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I'm glad to be a part of it all.
Oh, yeah. Well, there was a couple of things, like on this one, this is the unedited, non-stretched, non-filtered or anything video. And you can see looks like there's another spider at the top of the thing, but that wouldn't explain what that hell that thing is that back there in that tree. And you go, look at the size of that thing versus that chair in the foreground.
And that chair's a lot closer. It's wild. That thing is huge.
Yeah, you stick that over there. I think
Lakeia.
Lakeia. How tall is this thing? I think there was some estimates of maybe 9 to 12 feet tall, possibly.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, just it's huge, man.
It's huge.
It is huge. All right, man. I'm gonna let somebody else call in, and man, great job, and looking forward to the rest of the show tonight.
Oh, well, we got a ghost story from down in Florida. Interesting, haunted, what was it, Dollar Tree or Dollar Store, whatever, haunted dollar store. I don't know if I want to visit that dollar store, but there you go. I've got enough. I got enough of my stuff in there. Oh, wait a minute. I think the Vault of Nightmares actually True Me the video. Yeah, actually, there it is. Holy cow.
All right, let it rip, man.
I'll have to play it here in a little bit. Let's see. Save this attachment. All right, brother. I'll talk at you
Yes,
later,
sir.
and I'll get this other audio up for the folks that did not hear it over on the Vault of Nightmares channel. But Vault, or the Vault,
All
gee
right.
whiz. Chase. Chase, appreciate you, brother.
All right, brother. I'm gonna keep it between the mayonnaise and the mustard.
Or the mustard and the mayonnaise, whichever one you want to do. Just keep it between.
That's
All right,
right.
brother. See ya.
That's right. Later.
Later. All right, Chase the Trucker. Z Wiki. Holy cow. We got some truckers that follow the show. Follow the Dark Waters family of shows. That's interesting to say the least. But I did get that to audio. Let me see if I can transfer it over to my other Mac. I don't have everything over here. Let's see. Open with. Share. There we go. Share. That's what I want. Share. There we go. Give me just a second to get this. I don't want to send it to Garcia. I want to send it to little old me. No. 27. Well, I'm about ready to give out my frickin' number. I better not do that. I don't want any crazy calls in the middle of the night saying, "Hey, we got your personal number, brother." But if you want to be a part of this show, this is live unscreened call-in show, and we're talking about what I caught on Dogmancams yesterday at 6:06 p.m., 2 days before Thanksgiving. Kid you not. But yeah, it's a coming over Bigfoot. How? Well, yep. Let's see. Wait for it to transfer over. Get this thing situated. Got another caller that's calling in, and unscreened caller, you will be on the air in just now. Okay, what's your name and where you from? You're on the air.
It's Candy Girl, and I'm from North Carolina.
Candy Girl from North Carolina. What part of North Carolina? Are you on the coast or over toward the mountains?
No, I don't know where this is. I'm from Charlotte, but I live in Winston-Salem, so I guess sort of near Virginia, not far from Virginia.
Oh, well, you're in the mountainous area where you get a little snow every once in a while.
I don't live near any mountains, but okay.
You don't? Oh, okay. Well, maybe I got that wrong then.
I mean, I'm not as far. Virginia is like 2 hours away from where I am. But I know Charlotte is in the Piedmont, and that's where I was born and raised. But I've been here like a year and a half, so whatever. But look, I called in because I love Thaddeus Cray's uploads, and one of his stories made me think about something that happened to me earlier this year. Well, my sister's ex-husband passed away. I think it was in June.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember now. But anyway, my niece's father died, my niece and nephew's father. And we were really close. We're both Aquarians, and our birthdays are like 2 days apart. So we had the service, and, you know, I was up here from Winston. I was up in Charlotte from Winston. So my sister has a pretty big house, and I was downstairs on the sofa, the chaise lounge, and I'm watching TV. She put on Netflix and had me watching some show. And so the TV started going crazy. Like, it started green lines like in the Matrix, just like that, started going all across the TV. Mm-hmm. And it's sitting low. It's not on the wall. It's like on a stand, but it's sitting low. And I thought maybe my great niece Madison, because she drinks little juices and stuff, I thought, did Madison spill something? But the TV was just working fine, and she's not down here now. Anyway, I told my sister what was going on with the TV. So she's like, okay, well, turn it off. We'll figure it out later. So I turned it off, and I said, well, I can watch Netflix on my phone. So I'm on my phone, and then my sister, you know, Facebook Messenger, my sister started calling me. And I'm like, okay, she's right upstairs. We can talk back and forth. Why is she calling me on Messenger? And I'm like, why are you calling me on Messenger? And she's like, I'm not calling you. And let me tell you, she reads tarot. And she's like, I'm doing a tarot reading on Messenger with a friend. I'm not calling you. And it called me twice. Her face and everything showed up. And it was like the call, I don't know what it said, whatever it said.
Do you think it was a doppelganger, possibly? You think it was a doppelganger?
I think it was my brother-in-law just making his presence known, because after his he was cremated, he didn't want a full funeral, and after his service he was like not a, you know, when someone passes be sad type of guy. So we did a barbecue, and you know, everybody who drank, I don't drink, but the people who drank beer, because he loved Guinness Stout. And they were drinking beers in his honor, and it was sort of like a party atmosphere, not, you know, wild, crazy party, but more of a festive atmosphere after his service, not sad. It wasn't, you know, my niece, of course, and my nephew were sad because their dad passed, but I think it was him coming through just to make his presence known, or it's those darn tarot spirits.
Well, you never know. Yeah, I personally, you know, I've had a bunch of woo-woo folks on, you know, Chris Garcia amongst other people, and I respect them. I'm not saying that they're, you know, anything that is weird or whatever with this, but I honestly, the one thing that I don't get is how in the world do they discern spirits? You know, it's not exactly like well, crap, what did I do that for? It's not exactly like you know, you get their ID with them.
Well, you can't really discern spirits unless you know them, unless it's someone, and let me say this, I am a medium, but I'm more of a physical medium. My sister is a spiritual medium. She is. She sees spirits. I don't know if they're good or bad spirits. She can see like spirit guides around people. Let me say this. My mother was born with the call, or what they call in the South, they call it being born with the veil over your face.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that many times.
Yes, and she was not into anything. She was a Christian. She was not into anything psychic, paranormal, nothing. She was into nothing like that. But she knew, and I don't want to get emotional, my brother was out there in the streets, and he, you know, was selling drugs. We even used to go up on the block, and my mom would preach to those guys and tell them to change their lives. And my brother, I guess he would be somewhere hiding from her. But anyway, she told him 1 month before he got murdered what was going to happen to him. She saw it.
Oh, wow.
She said, I see a drug addict shooting you. And he's like, oh, Mom, you're putting a bad mouth on me. She said, no, I'm not. God is showing me. And do you know, my mother was a school teacher. And so my brother had been in reform school. You know, I was a good girl. I was like, I was 19. He was 18. So because we're like a year and 6 months apart. Anyway, long story short, my mom found out that we were no longer covered under her life insurance under the school system, and this man came through the neighborhood selling insurance, and she thought, well, my son is most at risk. I should get life insurance on him. I can afford it right now for him, not my daughter. Anyway, he died a month later. They actually fought with her about the policy. So I'm telling you, yeah, she saw, and a week before my brother died, I kept telling my best friend, I feel like I'm going to die. I was like, I don't know why, I just feel like I'm going to die. And so people can have
premonition,
spiritual experiences. And like I said, I'm more of a physical medium. So if you're close to me, I'll feel your pain. Like my niece, when she was pregnant, she stayed with me. I would say, go away, because when she was nauseous, she would come in my room. I would get nauseous. I would start having cravings, all kinds of crazy stuff. But it's only with people who are really close to me. I know when they're upset. I mean, you probably do that. You know when someone who's close to you is upset or sad or whatever. But yeah, I've had some experiences around people dying. But I don't see spirits. Just they don't come to me every day like, "Hi, I'm here." But my sister said they come to her. So I just wanted to tell you guys that it was so weird. And maybe like an hour later, I turned the TV back on. It worked fine. But it was so weird. The TV had green lines going across it. Then my sister started calling me on Messenger, but she was not calling me. And she said, "I heard that. I heard your messenger ringing." I'm like, "It did it twice, and it was your name and number." She said, "I'm doing a tarot reading. I wasn't calling you." So,
well, there's a weird paranormal thing where you have calls from the dead. I have heard several, heard several stories about it, seen a documentary on it. I think Steve Stockton had something about that on his channel over there, that kind of stuff. But do you believe that the dead could call you on the phone?
It's possible because my cousin, she's totally not into, well, she's starting to get into things now. And, I'm showing her you guys' Bigfoot evidence, and she's totally fascinated by it. But she said when my aunt passed, her mom, they were all in the living room telling stories because my aunt was a great woman and she was well loved. So they were telling, giving fond memories of her. And one of their friends' cell phone rang, and it was the house phone there where they were. And my aunt's name came across the screen. And the girl didn't say anything at first because she's like, "What the F," and she didn't say anything, but later on she told my cousin what happened. She said, "You remember when my phone rang?" Well, I'm going to say, I don't know. Yeah, I think it was the house phone. I was going to say maybe my aunt's cell phone. Either way, it came across as Betty Howard, which was my aunt's name.
Maybe so she just wanted to, to say, "Hey, I'm here. I'm okay. And I just wanted to send you a message that I'm among you right now."
Yeah, I think I tell the spirits, please don't show yourself to me. Like, I can feel presences and things, but I tell them, please don't show yourself to me because I'm going to have a heart attack. Like, I'm going to freak out. So I think they don't show themselves to me, but I can feel, sometimes I feel things, and I want to get one of those spirit box thingies. Have you heard about that?
Oh, the SB7s and the like. Yeah, I've heard about that. I think that's to me that's like a Ouija board. You're using it as a medium to reach out and say, "Hey, come over here and talk to me."
I don't want to. I have a story about the Ouija board too. I'm not going to tell it, but never mind. I don't want to mess with that thing. Then no, I had a bad experience with Ouija boards in my early 20s. Me and my friend, I was trying to reach my brother who had, passed a couple of years before. My friend was trying to reach out to her grandparents, and we invited something evil into our apartment. And our neighbor, who's a hoodoo lady, her name was Mary, and she was totally, she was a Christian, but she was a hoodoo worker. She was a root worker, and she was a spiritual medium, and she knew, she could sense, I had certain gifts. She didn't talk to Sandy, but she would talk to me, and she came over to the house one day, knocked on the door, and she was on like the walking crutches, for someone who's physically handicapped, not if you, the walker crutches, not if you hurt your leg. But anyway, she went to take her left foot and step into the house with her crutch, and she backed out. She said, I'm not coming in there. And she said, "Come to my house later." I'm like, okay. And she said we had something bad. We had invited something bad. And I told her what we did. She was like, "You should never do that because you don't know what you'll invite in." How, like you said, how can you tell the difference? How do you know if that's your brother or something pretending to be your brother or her grandparents?
Well,
so, yeah.
how I see it from a demonic point of view, they've been around longer than you, your grandmother, your great grandmother, your great 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 grandmother, and they view time a whole lot different than we do. So what is it to them? Well, get a little amusement. Let's piss off and make them, feel like they're talking to their grandmother or their whoever, and act like them, and then turn and flip the switch on them, and next thing you know, you're worshiping something other than God.
Yeah, and it was just that one time. I get what you're saying. So for me, it wasn't a worshiping thing. It was more like, we invited them into the house. So it was a heavy, it was just a heavy, dark energy. It was just like I feel energy. So it was very negative, and it didn't feel good. But we didn't know. I didn't know what we had done. And, Sandy didn't know until Mary told us, and she got High John the Conqueror 7-day candles. She put salt in the corners and prayed and had us pray different passages out of the Bible and different Psalms and some other things I can't remember because this has been over 20 years ago. But my ex, he was just this tough guy. He was over there before we cleansed the house. And we said, well, we're going to go to the library and we'll be back. And he's like, okay, I'm just going to take a nap on the sofa. We left out of the house 2 minutes later before we could leave. He was running behind us. I'm going to go with you guys. So we did. We released some stuff, but she cleansed. And I always thought about that, like, did that follow me? Is that why I'm dealing with health issues now? Honestly, I really did think that, but I do pray. And, I'm a spiritual practitioner. I do stay spiritually protected, and I don't mess around with demons, demonic things. So it's all, just look up Hoodoo and Lady Hearted. It's all positive. It's healing, prosperity, protection, things like that. Nothing negative, but I got you on that because when you open that door, you never know what you're going to invite in. Anyway, I'm going to go now because I want you to get back. I want to get back to the show and the chat, but I think that may be a better view or a better angle of the Goonie Goo Goo. That's what Dark Waters called it. It was the Goonie Goo Goo.
The Goonie. Oh, right. Whatever you think it was, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
If it was pareidolia, it would be there all the time. I mean, it's obviously, you see something moving as you looped it. I could see something moving. I clearly see it looked different. I'm like, well, gosh, when you put that filter on it, it looked different. But when you put the sepia filter on it, I could clearly see 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, like a little bowl haircut, maybe. I don't know, however his head was shaped, but from another angle, it looked different. And then when someone said Dog Man, from another angle, I could even kind of see that. So I understand what they mean about pareidolia. No, it was clearly something physical there, but with one filter or contrast you put on it, I did kind of think I saw ears, but maybe that's because someone suggested a dog man. But I saw the face with the sepia filter. I can clearly see a nose, a mouth. It looks like it may have a little round head. I mean, maybe from the back cone, but some hair around his head. You can see it.
Yeah. Well, I actually increased the contrast on it just now. That's one of the things that with the OBS Studio, you can go in and do these live additions, or manipulate the video just a little bit.
I haven't activated. I paid for a 6-month subscription, and Dark Waters did email me, so I have to go in. I was just been busy with other things, but I have to activate whatever I need to do so I can watch the camera. And while I'm cooking my Thanksgiving dinner late tonight and early in the morning, I'm going to be keeping my eyes peeled for the Goonie, Goo Goo, and One-Eyed Willie and all of their lovely friends.
Well, it's hard to tell what's in the back there. There was a will-o-wisp, or what they thought was a will-o-wisp, 3 weeks ago over there. So, yeah.
I've seen things that I thought were orbs, but people were like, no, those are bugs or whatever. So I'm like, okay. Now, I heard you mention a portal, Lakeia, and someone else thought they saw a portal, but I was kind of distracted at the moment. Was it up to the left, away from the trees, but like up to the left of the left corner, the top corner, or...
Well, I've got the picture that she referenced. Let me turn off this bottom third here.
See, I'm on my phone, so
the picture she referenced is on the screen now when she said it might be a portal there. And let me get this thing out of the way.
Okay, don't take it off. I'm going to hang up and go back to the chat, and I want to see if you can point it out to me, okay?
Well, the arrow is there already, so you can look at it and see what you think that is. There, all this is at the discretion of the person looking at it, obviously.
Right, so. Exactly. I know. Okay, well, thank you for taking my call. And hi, everyone. I'm coming back to the chat. All right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Candy Girl.
Yeah.
Candy Girl from North Carolina. There you go. She's off the phone. And what do you think this thing is? We've been talking about this for over an hour now. Wow. The strange. Let me turn on the audio over in the background here. See what's going on. See if we can capture some strange in the backyard of the Vault of Nightmares off the Vault 1 camera on the Dogmancams.com camera system. So let's see. Let me get this up here. If there's anything, Wendy Wilson, the message was gone. I left a phone message that was not for me. Basically, let me know that my ex-husband was cheating on me. The message was left. Wow, that's interesting. Here, since we're talking about interesting messages, the last text messages I ever had with my late brother, Travis, I went back and looked at it, and you could see how upbeat he was, 7-8 months before he died, and then it kind of trailed off. And I know he's in a whole lot better place than he was. He died from rectal cancer and the complications of that. But that's interesting, and that's what Thanksgiving is for. Give thanks for what you're grateful for. Vault of Nightmares and myself were talking about what Thanksgiving was for. It was give thanks for getting our back then the Pilgrims their tail out of the slings, because they literally landed and ran out of supplies, and the Indians, the American Indians, came forward and said, hey, here you go, we'll teach you how to do this, we'll teach you how to do that. And that's where the first Thanksgiving came to be. But anyway, that being said, happy Thanksgiving to everybody. And if you're in the chat or over on the Dark Waters Paranormal Radio app, Chasing the Truth has a new Teespring store, and I've got a few samples or a few offerings there. Stay tuned. Monday, folks, Dark Waters is going to debut something new for the Dark Waters family of shows, and I'll wait for that. Just give you the heads up to keep listening. It would behoove you to start every Dark Waters family show to start subscribing. If you're just a casual listener, I would do that if I were you. Just doing Miss T just woke up from a nap and said, hey, I said a prayer for your show. Well, thank you, appreciate that, Miss T, I love you. Anyway, back to the, Dark Waters is going to announce something amazing Monday. So keep tuned to Dark Waters channel. And if you, are not a subscriber to my channel, Dogmancams, The Vol of Nightmares, Lakea, let's see, who else is in? Impromptu Truth. I don't know if Chaos Theory. Subscribe to his channel. Subscribe to all those fine folks. Lord Thaddeus Cray's channel. Subscribe to all those fine folks over there. Anyway, Candy Girl. So what do you think? Christmas hoodie. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to. I've got a Christmas theme. I won't reveal it here, but I got a Christmas theme that I've already developed, kind of a cryptid, supernatural, UFO-ish looking Christmas theme. I know it's kind of weird, but it all works out. I've got that in the works, and I'll probably debut that here in a little bit on a hoodie and other fine pieces of garment. But oh yeah, let me run over here and go to the Safari. Here is the new Chasing the Truth apparel store, which just gets you looking at that. Oh, I got a Unscreened Caller is on the line. Unscreened Caller, you are live on the air. What's your name and where are you from?
Hey, Sean. Hey, Sean, how's it going? Just calling in, just tuning into your show. I don't think you have a specific talking, or you're talking tonight, are you?
We're talking about a screen grab slash thing that I caught off of the Dogmancams yesterday, but what you got on your mind? What's your name and where you from first?
Oh, okay. Oh, you can call me Tony. I'm from Oregon. I've called a couple times with my experiences. I just thought I'd call in. I love your show. Big time fan.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I look forward to your show. Everybody out there, I go to school and I work, and half of the time I'm listening to you and doing my homework at the same time. You're a bad influence. So I had to stop listening to your show.
So you're saying don't go more than 2 times a week, eh?
No, you should go more, man. You're the reason I wake up every day, to be honest.
Okay. Well, there you go. Well, let me get that.
Yeah. So that being said, I just want to touch bases on this Dogman thing. Is that what you're talking about earlier, right?
Yeah, I captured something that looked like, I don't know if it's a Dogman or Bigfoot or, one of these patty type Bigfoots, Cro-Magnon man Bigfoot things. I don't know. It looks like it to me. It could be something else. It's like I said, it's at the discretion of the watcher, the viewer, to see what that's about.
Oh, definitely. Oh. Yeah, so I want to touch that on a little bit. Maybe the people in the chat hear us out. So I'm actually from Mexico, right? I grew up over there in a small town, or a small place called Oaxaca, up in the villages, and we have no electricity, no technology, and the word, I guess you could say, is very primitive. We barely received electricity in our village maybe 2005, 2010. That's how primitive it was. So that gives you a foundation of what people were dealing with, society in a way. That being said, growing up, I would hear these stories, and growing up here in the States, I was exposed to the Skinwalker Ranch, right? And a lot of similarities that happen in that ranch. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but a lot of similarities happen to our villages nearby, with glowing orbs to, quote unquote, we call them Tabayuco. That's our native tongue. We don't speak Spanish. They speak the Nahua language, the Mixteco. So you'd call them Tabayuco, as the spirit of the forest. And we were always told by our ancestors that they've always been there, and they will always be there. We just let them be, And growing up, personally, I've never seen them, but I've had family members, such as my cousins, growing up in the mountains, and they're herding their sheep, so on and so forth, goats. And, my cousin, is going back home into a small hut, minding his own business after a long day of work or whatever. And he decides to go ahead and walk up the hill, minding his own business. Next thing you know, this being, right, big, tall being, hairy being, is walking down the hill. And my cousin freaks out, And, growing up, we're told, hey, you see him, just don't acknowledge him. Just keep walking upon your day. Don't just keep doing your thing, because if you acknowledge it, you might just have an episode of, I guess you can say, you freak out and your mind will just go berserk and you're a loony now, right? So my cousin decides to keep walking forth, and sure enough, he brushes right up against it. He said he felt like he fell in a shrub full of thorns. His whole left side was on fire, and he was paralyzed. Later that day, they were looking for him. They found him. They took him to the nearest doctor, which was maybe 2 hours away. Keep in mind, we live in a very remote place. We had to come down with horses, or not a horse. A horse is a luxury. It's actually a mule, walk down and then get a car and take and so forth. Obviously, the medical doctor didn't really have an answer. He was like, oh, well, just if you're okay, you're okay, So I just kind of want to touch bases on that. And let me ask you this, and I'll have you answer the question. Are you familiar with the Skinwalker Ranch?
Yeah, I've seen several documentaries on it. Yeah, little ones and big ones. So what's your comment on that?
No, just on behalf of how we would be there at night, and like I said, keep in mind, and I talk to the listeners, right, and I'm talking to them where you're talking to somebody that the education level is zero. Half of our people don't even speak Spanish. We just live in a really primitive, our own way of life. That being said, I remember, growing up, like I said, with the elders, we would see these orbs, right, and we would call them, like I said, Tawayuko, and you come to the States and I came across a Skinwalker Ranch, and everything they described, my brother's seen it, my mother's seen it. I've never experienced it because when we came to the States, I was about 6 years old, so I don't really remember much going down there. But you come here and you listen, and you're exposed to this. And I was in the service, and you meet people all over the world, from Ghana, from Quran, from just places around the world, and I start sharing these experiences, and it seems like these, whether you call them portals or hotspots, whatever they are, it seems like they're kind of around the world. And I don't know, that just might be my take, but that's just kind of what I wanted to share in with you guys.
Well, they say those portals or whatever are associated with ley lines. That's rare to find somebody who's got a map of ley lines on the United States, but they're all over Europe. You can find ley lines all over Europe. Churches are like the old Catholic churches are laid. Their footprints are on ley lines, or most of them anyway.
Oh, I see. That's unique. You see, never knew that. Well, that being said, I also want. Yeah, no, I definitely will write this down. That being said, I also wanted to share one more thing. This was back, man. My grandfather, like I said, they don't even have what do you call it? Birth certificates or anything like that. But as far as we can trace back, my grandfather was born in 1917, somewhere around there, probably even earlier than that. And there was a type of civil unrest, you can say. People were being pushed out. And during this unrest, now to my knowledge, like I say, I don't know much about it. You might know more. Like I said, feel free to give your opinion here. So he was mentioning around that time, there was that unrest happening, and people were fighting, doing their own thing in Mexico. And my grandfather grew up in the mountains, and they were taking refuge up there and fighting positions, so on and so forth. And my grandfather was on watch. Mm-hmm. And my grandfather was maybe 10 years old at the time, and he was on watch. And he says, "Yeah, I was on watch. The moon was bright, and it would illuminate the whole village, And imagine Afghanistan, or the remote villages of Afghanistan, mountainous terrains. That's kind of what we're dealing with, right? So our people were strategically placed to a point where, you see the Mexican army or whoever would be coming up there, and they would send a signal and people would go hide. So my grandfather was on watch one night, right? Minding his own business, and it was a bright night. And he says from the corner of his eyes, he sees something, and, he thinks it's an ambush. He's like, oh my God, I let my people down, And to his concern, he turned, and before he can clearly see anything, he hears something, right?
All right.
And this is the strangest thing. He's like, I heard something, but I heard it in my head. And I heard whatever was behind there, the bush, speak to me and say, don't be scared. And he said, this huge snake, just massive snake. He said there was, I mean, I can't describe it how big his head was. Let's say about 10 inches. He said it was a huge snake. Came up to him and was speaking to him telepathically, right? And my grandfather doesn't know what, a snake. And my grandfather doesn't know what telepathy is. You're talking to primitive people, right? They don't have that knowledge of telepathy, especially during those years, especially down south. I mean, you're talking about a village that just recently was able to acquire electricity in 2005 or 8 or somewhere around there. So you're talking about early in the 1900s where this young boy speaking on telepathy, right? At 10 years old, my grandfather never had any education. So the things he was speaking about, you know, growing up now, you're like, how did he go about knowing all these things unless he really was exposed to something that you can't explain? And my grandfather told him, hey, I can go ahead and give you forbidden knowledge and forbidden secrets if you want to come with me. My grandfather, being 10 years old, said, no, thank you. You know, he was scared, right? And the snake just went up on its way and left, right? But he said during the whole time they were having that conversation, the snake never moved its mouth. He said it was a big-headed snake. He said it was taller than the average Mexican, you can call him. An average Mexican in our village is 5'5", that is considered a giant. So this thing, he said it was huge. It was tall, overstanding him, huge. He said it was late at night. He was fearful, so he didn't really see him. He was just looking at his face, and he had feathers on his head, right? Mm-hmm. But the snake would never make any mouth movements. The snake took upon his day and left. That being said, my brother was born in the 80s, 70s, and he would speak that he would go out in the village and go ahead and take care of his goats, his herd, you know. And during the day, they would see these orbs fly around, right? And my brother was always taught that I was tawayuco, right? Or la bandolera, as they say. And just energy that's we were taught, you know, just energy. And we should hide from it because sometimes these things decide to take you and you disappear, right? And my brother saw it, my grandmother saw it, and my cousin saw it, and another female individual of age saw it. So four individuals saw these orbs flying multiple times. My grandma hit him while they were walking. They were all walking together. She hit him under their skirt and said, hey, you guys stay quiet. This thing likes to take children, you know, and just everybody was kind of hiding, laying low, and they let this orb thing pass by and go upon its day. My brother comes, you know, we come to America, we do our thing, right? And my brother's watching TV. This was maybe early 90s, 2000s. And my brother freaks out. He's like, oh my God, hey, you know that thing we call the orb? Those is what Americans call UFOs. Ain't that a coincidence, right? So that being said, it's a whole unique system down there, and I just wanted to share that with you guys there.
Okay. I got one question from Barry. He wants to know, Did he say what color the orbs are or how big they were?
My brother, the orbs that he did see, he said he compared them to UFOs. He now considers them UFOs, orbs that shine lights or flash. Now, my mother, so there's two orbs. There's one that we now distinguish as UFOs, flying saucers or whatever you call them, ball of just colorful, I guess you can say, you know, your typical UFO you see on TV is what my brother describes it. The other energy would be a blue orb. From my mother's experience and my grandmother and my father's experience, they say this orb is anywhere from the size of a golf ball to the size of a, like I said, a basketball. And it's blue. And they say it gets small and big, and that will either generate into gnomes or trolls. We call them chanecas. That's a Mexican, or that's a Spanish word that they know them as, chanecas. But we believe that this is one entity that generates into what we in America know as Bigfoot, or what we in America know as gnomes, I guess, or leprechauns, or Irish people know them as leprechauns. And this orb, like I say, we're taught that it's just one entity, and that's why I brought that Skinwalker Ranch, because you go ahead and start sharing experiences, and I think I don't know. This is my 2 cents, my own thought, that the orb in the Skinwalker Ranch, I think, is responsible for a lot of things, or it's just one out of many things. Now, I don't know. I don't have clarification on that. But at least in our village, in our town, we have all that going on. We also have giants. The ancestors speak that we had giants, big-headed, red giants that came to our villages. And we thought they were just normal human beings. Our villagers killed them because they say that they were too aggressive. I came to this, like I said, I was working one time and I was speaking to a gentleman, and he introduced me to Stephen Quayle. I don't know if you guys know who he is.
I have followed Stephen Quayle for a good 10 years.
Oh my goodness. So here's what shocked my mind. So my brother went back to Mexico, he went back to Mexico back and forth. We're traveling back and forth. And like I said, you come to the States and your brain is just like all this knowledge, right? So that being said, my brother came from Mexico. We were talking, hey, how was your trip? He's like, hey, did grandma or great grandma ever speak to you about the giants that were down south? I'm like, no, never, And he started telling me all these things. And yeah, the elders have them hidden. And my brother and my cousin that lives in there actually went, and they were trying to undig this giant. The elders found out, and they got a good talking to. They're like, you just want to be, they have, it's very sacred for them. So they even called my father, and they're like, hey, you need to watch your son and tell him that just because he comes from the States, he can do whatever he wants. So there was kind of a big uproar, but from what we understand is, in my policy, yeah, we've heard that there were giants. So I spoke to one of my coworkers, and he presented me a Stephen Quayle book, right? And I kind of skimmed through. I was talking about giants, and Stephen Quayle has a map, okay, a map of South America, and Mexico, and roughly where the hot spots that Stephen Quayle had marked is roughly where our villages are at. So I forward that to my brother, and we're like, dude, what are the chances, And I'll be honest, we've had people, my mother, my father, my great father, they would speak. We've had people from around the world come to our village and try to speak to our people, but the elders would say, you just would want to exploit our secrets or our knowledge or our items that we have. And my mother would speak to people, Asian countries would come over. She didn't know if they were Japanese. Keep in mind, we're uncultured. We don't even speak Spanish, so on and so forth. So she said foreigners would come over and they would ask for things, right? And they would say, we want to do testing on the land and this and that. And in the beginning, they allowed them to, right? Because they would bring, water, clean water. We cherish that more than anything, clean water. But the elders soon caught on what they were doing, and they were like, nope, no more. And they prohibited any I guess you can say, person that lives within the village to speak to foreigners. And they say, they had a big meeting and stuff. So I find it unique how we've always had people try to come in and write books or do some research on that behalf.
So have you ever personally seen any of these things?
I personally have never. Like I said, we left when I was 5 years old, and I grew up here in America. My brothers, they do tell me, and like I said, me and my brothers are big into, what we now know, the paranormal, because, they grew up with it. They saw it. They've seen gnomes appear in front of their eyes, and they've seen, just weird creatures. My brothers speak of weird, unique creatures that they've never seen, and they can compare them to what you see in alien movies, this cat-looking thing. When the movie Avatar came, he's like, that's what basically it looked like. And I was like, just things that boggle your mind. And they're like, that even reinforces their belief of there's something way bigger than you and me, and somebody's hiding something. That being said, I was a constructionman in the Navy, and as a CB, right? And being a CB, I met a couple World War II veterans, and I had the honor to speak with them. And one of the elderly World War II veterans, we were talking, and he was actually in Antarctica, right?
Oh.
Antarctica. And I asked him, and he was, I guess you can say, deathbed. He didn't care anymore. It was an assignment that he wasn't allowed to speak on behalf. So, but he opened up that day. He's like, you know what, son? He was like, we were down there. There was a handful of us, and we got in a firefight. And he's like, they thought it was the Chinese or they thought it was the Russians. And they thought they had some type of high-tech weapon, because this thing that they got into a firefight was something they've never seen. This is right after World War II. And the CB veteran, the B, I'm just going to call him the B, he was telling me that they were down there building a base for basically a classified base for scientific purposes, right? And he said they built it, but that's all he knew, right? They call it Operation Squirrel nowadays. That being said, one day I'm going through YouTube or whatever, and I find this admiral's story or diary that was in Antarctica, and it's recollecting the same events that this World War II veteran was telling me, right? And I was like, what are the chances? They're obviously, it's like mind-boggling, the things that I've come in contact with, I guess, and experienced somewhat,
Mm-hmm.
And it's great to have a platform like yours to say it and not be ridiculed or made fun of, So I think you and the listeners, people in the chat, thank you guys for listening to me. And, it's been more than 30 years that I've wanted to say something, but, now I'll finally have a place where I feel comfortable on speaking on that behalf.
Oh, fantastic. Got one question. Since you were in the Navy, did you hear of anything like a USO under sea, unidentified object coming up from the sea?
So, no, I've never been in a ship. I was a construction battalion, so we were basically sand sailors. We were basically constructionmen with guns. Depending on your rate, you would be on a ship, but since I was a builder, I never had I was never on a ship. It was always on a base, whether, across the world building whatever you need to build. But yeah, I've heard of people, but I've never personally came in contact with that.
Wow. Tony, I appreciate you calling in. How's the weather over in Oregon? How's the weather over?
Oh, it's chilly and a little bit crazy, people going crazy left and right, and nothing out of the ordinary. But,
well, if you look at mainstream media, you think the entire world is crazy. Yeah, I don't know why, but that's it. I don't believe we're as bad off as the mainstream media is. And in some instances, I do believe we're worse off when they say that we're doing all right. But I know I'm taking the opposite true. Of the argument on that statement, but there you go.
No, like I said, and I love you, Sean. You're down to earth, man. I've heard talk radio show guys, and they're rude, and they'll cut you off, and they'll just hang up. But so, like I said, thank you. Before I let you go, something I have been experiencing along with a few of my friends that I call and just to talk to. I've experienced some quote unquote, not necessarily nightmares, but just more like paranormal nightmares in a way, like sleep paralysis in a way, or just seeing black shadows while I'm sleeping, and so that's never happened to me. And one thing, at night, I always hear static on my ears. It's really weird. I've been using these AirPods, it was given to me by a friend, like, hey, you can have them. And I started using them. And the first day I used them, like a lot of wax started coming out of my ears. And I was like, that ain't good. That's weird. And then I started using them more often. And I noticed that at night when I sleep, I hear like static, or like I'll hear like some weird radio transmission. Man, I might just be crazy. But I just wonder if anybody's experienced that with those AirPods. I hate using them, I'll be honest. They make my ear feel weird.
I've got a Generation 2 Apple AirPods. And they're okay. The battery is always an issue, for me. But other than that, I typically I don't use any kind of headphones other than the headphones I'm using right now. But they're wired.
Yeah.
the AirPods is okay. They are not as robust as some people might say they are. But to watch a video for a short while, yeah, I can wear them. But to wear them for a long time, they make my ears itch. The deep underneath the canal, ear itch. But anyway, Tony, I appreciate you calling in, brother. God bless you, and happy Thanksgiving. And I hope that the following year is the best you've ever had.
Hey, same as well to you, Sean. Thank you. Take care.
Take care. All right, Tony from Oregon. Interesting caller. Wow. All I can say is, doing these open lines, these unscreened open lines, the show, I'm more or less just the operator here and occasionally ask a question here and there. But, we got another caller. Interesting. Unscreened caller, you are on the air. What's your name and where you're from, sir? Or ma'am?
Good evening, Sean. It's Michael Owens again.
Hey, Michael, what's going on?
Well, I will confirm with you about the orbs. From what I've seen, anywhere from ping pong ball size to 3 to 5 inches in diameter, with the light shine going out and making it look like basketball size. Now, red orbs. Okay, this is how I got stuck fighting demons the last decade. Okay, the day after my situation in the hospital with that cult, I was in an arboretum. It was just an open room with like glass walls, and it had a walkway around it, and I could walk around the walkway, using the rail. There's at minimum 12, 15 people in this room. Now I'm just like in the back looking out into, catching some sunshine because I can't see, but I'm scared right now because that situation that I went through, and I want to be in an open place with people around, and and so I turn around and look across the way, and I start seeing this, and this is what I'm seeing in the ether. Oh, I don't know if it was in the ether or not. It was way more vivid than what I see in the ether, and that's saying something. There was a green fog that came through the wall on the opposite end of the room. And a figure, normal walking speed, walked through the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Figure was somewhere between 6'3" and 6'5". It had BDU style clothing with a tactical vest looking thing on it, and it just emanated this low dark green glow on the fog, and it was just coming off of it, and I was like that's its aura going out in a form I've never seen. And it's walking across the room, and as it walks across the room, anything that goes inside that fog I can see. And this being passed by an old man going with a walker on his way, and as the being passed by, the man just, fell over, and the walker fell over, and, people in the room are over there scrambling to where he's at. And the being just ignores it and keeps walking, and it's walking across the room toward me. And this takes probably 15 seconds for it to get across the room. And it stops in front of me, and the next thing I know, there's what looks like a person, but it is not a person. It's a man-like being with robes, tunic. Well, not a robe, tunic, with like a belt around the waist, and he's holding a box. And this creature, this being, it comes right up to me, and literally stops within arm's reach of me. Reaches into my chest and pulls out something. If the line blanks out, it's because somebody's trying to call in, but that's okay. I'm gonna ignore them. What it pulls out was a swirling thing that was like an inch in diameter, swirling green and purple, and had a spark inside of it. And this being lifted this thing up and looked at it like it was a brand new toy.
All right.
Now, mind you, at that time, I was in the hospital for having a fungal form of meningitis, as cryptococcal meningitis, specifically cryptosporidium, which is completely and utterly lethal 93% of the time. So I believe that's what that was. But he took that and he looked at me and he turned and walked away. And the other being, which was clearly a servant of the first, he stepped forward and he opened this box. And he says, "You're going to need these." He says, "You choose what they do." And he handed me, the first one, and I had it in my palm, and it just kind of sunk into my left palm. And I was like, "Is that what it's supposed to do?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "You just think of what you want it to be, and it will be that. And it is for fighting demons, for fighting evil." And I took the second one in my right hand, and it sunk in. And the third one, I wanted to see, so I had an idea, and I put it against my forehead. And at the time, it sunk in. I lost it later. And the fourth one, I just carried, and that's what I was, several days later, whenever the cult came back the last time and had their demon with them. That fourth one I sent it out like a baseball, and it basically encapsulated the demon and ate it.
Oh, okay. So how long have you had this ability to do this?
September 15th, 2011.
And how did you come about? Did you realize you have this ability, or was it gifted to you by God, or how?
I believe that it was. I believe that it was gifted to me by God, because that being, I know what that being was.
Okay, what was it?
That was pestilence.
Oh, okay.
That's the only being that I could even utterly imagine having an aura like that large, and being able to do what it did. And I mean, I know I've seen all kinds of demons since then, and nothing was as vivid and clear as that has ever been. And I mean, I've been blind for a decade, so I mean, I have to rely on something that I see. I can't second guess myself anymore. But that's why I've been. I mean, gosh, Sean, I had to fight one today. It's really been hell.
Before I came on the air, what my usual routine is to say a prayer for the show and the listeners and whoever I might come across, and kind of a prayer of protection or rebuking and whatnot.
Every
day.
It
was before about 45 minutes before I got on air, I'm going through and say, well, I need a cup of coffee. And I roll through the hallway, and I catch this glimpse of this shadow thing standing.
The same one we were talking about before, right?
Well, I'm not exactly sure it's the same one. I've seen a few other shadows in here that's different. And I was like, well, I'm going to have to rebuke this one. So I started rebuking, and I think I spent like maybe 5 minutes on the rebuking prayer. And, the feeling lifted, and here I am. So that's
most of the time that works.
Yeah. So that is, unfortunately, that's just one of the things, having to live in this house and doing this show. I'm going to attract crap.
Yes, you will.
And that's just,
that.
I have no doubt about that, but I know that saying prayers works. That was one of the reasons I started saying prayers.
It does work.
A long time ago.
Especially if you banish them specifically to the place that it talks about in the Bible, place of darkness, specifically until their time of judgment, which is also talked about in the Bible. That way they stay away and they can't come back and bother anybody else. Because if you just ask for them to go away, they're going to get sent away and go bother somebody else. So please remember that, to specifically banish them to the place of darkness until their time of judgment. Just add that with your prayer, and
I appreciate the advice there. Michael, I appreciate you calling in. As usual, you always have some fascinating stories, for sure.
It is no problem.
One question I want to know, I know that you are basically 100% blind, but you can see the ethereal. So what do you see now?
Well, where I'm at, I am located 50 feet behind the house on the property in a building that I built about a year after I went blind. I stay back here because I'm a sensitive and a touch empath and all this other stuff, and so being around people really, it hurts me. It hurts me to hear their thoughts. It hurts me to hear their, emotions and pain, and so I'm basically almost at the back fence line of my property, as far away from people as I can be, so I don't see anything unless it comes to me. But it's like I was trying to explain to Walt the other day, about a week and a half ago or so. In the ethereal, I didn't get the chance to explain this to him. In the ethereal, the things in the ethereal are superimposed over what we see every day in our reality. The longer something has been in our reality, the more it shows up in the ethereal. So let's say you have a castle that's been there for 1,000 years. It will show up in the ethereal. But if there's nothing been there for 300 years or more, you're not going to see anything. You're not going to see trees in the ethereal. You're not going to see the walls in the building that you're in the ethereal, because that stuff's all new. It hasn't had time to make a presence in the ethereal realm. It's like witches that see auras, people that see auras. They can see that aura. They can see an aura like on the other side of a wall, even though they see the wall.
Right.
Their sense sees the aura on the other side of the wall and knows it's there. And that's kind of what I was telling Walt the other day, where I could see through walls. I don't see the wall because I'm blind, but I see what's on the other side of it.
Well, true. If you're seeing into the ethereal, the physical that's in front of you, you're seeing into
it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True enough.
So, I mean, around me now, there's that fake owl in the neighbor's yard. Shut it, Duke. I know that is some kind of sorcerer that is just, I mean, they're watching me. Twice in the last week, I've heard my name as I walk from the building to the house. I mean, one time it sounded like my friend Steve, and he wasn't even here. And the second time it sounded like my ex-girlfriend. I was like,
why do these things like to mimic things that you are very aware, very familiar with?
I think that these beings, these shape-changing beings, have been communicating with demons, and the demons know what's in your head. They can sit there and, read what, is on the surface of your mind, so they can pick up these voices and thoughts and patterns. And a lot of times they use this to deceive us. Mm-hmm. They pretend to be our family, loved ones. They pretend to be ghosts. I mean, a lot of times when people see ghosts, it's not a ghost. I mean, there are ghosts, but I mean, a lot of times it's not. That's why you really shouldn't mess with a Ouija board, because you're never going to get a ghost at a Ouija board. You want to catch a real ghost, make a spirit box.
I was talking about the spirit box with earlier caller Candy, and we were talking about the SB7, and I thought that would be like a medium object, similar to a Ouija board. You're reaching out using an object to contact them.
Yeah, but whenever you put your finger on that antenna, it just kind of links you with everything spiritual in the area, which is both demons, which demons and ghosts are not in the same place. They're not in the same realm of existence. I mean, they're just not. The ghosts are not in the ethereal. I do not know what that realm is. Now the Ouija board, that's a straight up link to demons.
I got another question that you haven't revealed to me, but can you remote view?
If I've been there before, yes.
Okay. So you have to be physically. Had to been physically there. Okay, I got you.
If I have been there before I lost my sight, if I had been there, I can see it and see it like it, if I was there then or there now. And on a slightly different note, animals, I can see with their eyes.
That's interesting. I've heard that's possible, but I've never talked to anybody that could relate that they could do that.
It's possible. It's very confusing, but it's possible. It's like if I was in the woods now, being blind, I couldn't see. But I guarantee you that Squatch hiding behind a tree looking at me, I can feel that Squatch. I might not be able to see that Squatch, but I can feel it. I can feel its aura. And once I locate its aura, I can look through its eyes and see myself. And that tells me exactly where that guy is.
Well, Are the Squatches around your general home where you're living now, or?
I hope not. I'm in Grand Prairie, Texas. 300,000 people right in the very center of the DFW Metroplex. Now, let me tell you about two things, okay?
All right.
2009, I was walking from the racetrack across Turner Park to my apartment, and I picked up a walking stick. It was about 2 inches thick, 5 foot long, had a big old knot with a piece of root hanging off the end of it. You know, it's half-ass sharp. And I'm walking through that park, and I get up to the back road that's by the WYMCA, and beside that is some woods. And whenever I walk up there and I'm about to make the turn onto that street to get to my apartment, these coyotes came out of the woods. And I counted 11 dang coyotes, 40 to 50 pound coyotes. And that freaked me out. And I immediately, turned my stick around and, went to town basically because they were attacking me almost immediately. First hit knocked the jaw off the alpha and broke its neck. The second hit broke the leg on the secondary, and I completely smashed the head on one that was on my side. And I backed up and I started, walking backwards, and they're surrounding me, the other 8. And my attention was diverted because there was something in those damn woods that was looking at me. Now,
Okay.
I've never heard of... I've heard of dogmen fighting coyotes and killing them. I've never heard them using coyotes. But I could not see what was in the woods, and I could see back then, so I was looking. I didn't have a flashlight or anything, but it felt... It was looking at me and projecting fear at me like a dog man does. While I'm sitting here trying to defend myself from these stupid coyotes. So I, backed up rapidly till I was past the WYMCA building and out of sight of the woods. And once I was, the coyotes backed off to about 20 feet and were just following me. They followed me all the way to Hill Street and, stayed on one side of Hill Street while I crossed the street and went to my apartments. And whenever I got to my apartments, I did not go to my apartment. That was going to take too long. Pull out a key and unlock the door and all that. I went through the apartments and, found one of my friends that, had their light on, and, I banged on the door and they opened it up, and I went in there and I'm like, hey, this isn't cool. Yeah, some coyotes just attacked me. And they're like, okay, you can, if you want to stay here, you can stay here until your wife gets back. But yeah, I did. I ended up chilling on their couch for a little while. Second encounter happened 3 days ago, Sean.
3 days.
I'm sitting there 3 days ago.
Okay.
And this wasn't a full-on encounter, but it's got me a little bit scared, honestly. I was coming up from 20 up Beltline, and about 3/4 of a mile north of Beltline, there's a soccer field on the right and a little subdivision on the left. And just past the soccer field, on the edge of the soccer field and on the edge of the subdivision, there are woods with a power station right there. In the road, in the middle of Beltline, and Beltline's 5 lanes right there, there's at least a gallon of blood spread in a, oblong pool, in, not in the center of that center lane, but it was off to the side a little bit, and it had I know this because my driver, Steve, he told me, he described this to me as we're passing by slow. and there was a drag, like bloody drag trail over a foot wide off into the woods.
Okay,
Yeah,
so bloody trail a foot wide.
Yes, across 2 lanes of Beltline and into the woods.
That sounds like the backyard or the roads around where the Dogmancams Vault 1 camera is. There's been all kinds of crazy crap going on in there.
So me and Steve were talking about it, and we're like, hey, that had to be something the size of a deer or a man. And this is Grand Prairie. We don't have deer here. We just don't have deer here. You know, and there's a subdivision right there, 100 feet from where that happened. And the blood was still wet. So, we more than likely got a little bit of it on our tires as we were passing through. Whenever I got home, I called the PD, the non-emergency number, and I'm like, hey, there's something y'all might want to look into over there on Beltline by that soccer field, 3/4 of a mile north of 20. It appears to be a large pool of blood with a drag mark and off into the woods. And to my surprise, Grand Prairie PD didn't want anything to do with it.
Really?
They did not intend to send anybody out or nothing. They were not going to mess with it. And I did explain that it was enough blood that could have been a deer or a man-sized object thing. And the lady, she says, we don't have deer in Grand Prairie. I was like, yeah, I know.
Well, they didn't want to go over there just because of a report of blood. So what is your gut feeling, or do you know why they refuse to do that?
They know something. They know something. They have everything from Fresh Creek Road blocked off. You can't even cross the bridge on Fresh Creek Road that goes across 20. They've got the everything past Supershine, which is on Fish Creek Road. They got it blocked off and detoured everybody. And on the other side over at on Carrier, the roads that go through toward there, they've got those blocked off, detouring people with what looks like construction, but there ain't no construction there.
Excuse me, I shouldn't have coughed. I should have muted me. Appreciate it.
You're good. There's
right.
just there's no construction there, and these things they add up in my head. All that adds up in my head, and that is 1.5 miles from my house. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. So have you had any? Have you heard any news reports of missing people, altercations, unexplained events, or anything like that?
I have not. Of course, I don't really listen to the news. I rely on my mom and Steve to watch the news and tell me what's up, and I just check out the reruns on the internet.
Oh, okay. Well, that's probably makes you a little bit more sane if you sit there and consume.
Yeah, there's
news.
There's nothing good.
Yeah, there's
just nothing good on the news these days.
I can't. I agree with you. You get yourself depressed if you listen to the news, and they're all. It's either about the pigment of your skin, or thereabouts, or what you identify as, and I'm like,
say,
okay.
Did you hear Biden a month or month and a half ago whenever he said we're going to reach for peace and security?
That's harking back to Reagan said communism will come in the form of we're going to make you secure. I think I'm kind of paraphrasing.
Yeah, but think about it. In Revelation, that's one of the prophecies where it says whenever they cry, we have peace and security. sudden destruction shall befall them.
Hmm.
So reaching for peace and security, I'm like, why would he use those words? Why?
Those
Why
specific words.
those words?
I think that dude is a puppet, without a doubt. He kind of plays it off the hip, and then when he misspeaks, when he goes back into wherever he goes back to, he comes back and whoever the spokesman is comes forward and says, well, he meant to say this, or
agreed at the very least.
At the
very least, if not a puppet, then he's not really a human. But that's supposition.
I could probably argue toward that too. So that's one of those things.
Now, these triangular-shaped, pyramid-shaped UFOs.
Seen one.
The first time that I saw one, was 1984, here in Grand Prairie. I thought it was a UFO at the time. I really did. I thought it was. It's not. It was hovering across the park. I was over in Cottonwood Park 3 days before Christmas with a BB gun shooting out the Christmas lights on the tree they had there. Yeah, and so a police officer had pulled into the park, and I set the BB gun into the Christmas tree, and I walked on the other side of the pond and around the way, and I'm walking down the road because I'm just dodging this law, and I'm 8 years old. This is 1984. And above the water tower across Carrier, I see hovering this triangular-shaped thing. It was 3 times, one side of the triangle was 3 times the length of the diameter of the water tower. Okay? And that water tower is 100 foot across. I know because I've climbed on it. I've paced it out. So I'm hearing this really deep low thrum, just and that is coming from this thing. It was probably 30 foot thick. This is a complete guess of mine at this point at 8 years old. I learned the specs of this later on.
Right.
Anybody that wants to, you look up on Google TR-3B USAF. Yeah, it's ours. And there are windows on the side that's facing me, and there's lights, and you can see inside, sort of like there's a row of windows across the side, and it looked to me like there was people in there. And one of them specifically stood out to me at 8, and I heard mind speak coming from whatever being was there. I don't know if that was a person. I don't know if that was a government PSY operative or what. Yes, they do have that. He's like, you're not supposed to be there. Stop looking at us. I'm like, I'm a kid. You want trouble? Come on, I'll get my BB gun. And I ran, right?
Yeah. Wow.
They hovered past the water tower and on toward what is now, Robertson Road, 161, Marshall. And I didn't know it back then. I know it now, but Lockheed Martin's missile and firing systems manufacturing plant is right there on Marshall and just past 161. Now, whenever I saw that, I thought it was a UFO. I really did. I was 8 years old. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. And then later on in the 2000s or so, I, looked it up on the internet and looked up Belgian wave, and then looked up Google searched the image, and it came up TR-3B. That's the designation that we have for it.
Mm-hmm.
For anyone wants to know, y'all can look it up and get the specs. I don't remember them all.
I see one over top of my house when I lived over in Tennessee for a good 5+ minutes. I know exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, they move at a good pace, but it's slow for something that size.
Well,
but
this one,
it's not always slow. It can.
Yeah.
The specs say it can move real fast.
Yeah, the one I saw floated conspicuously across the top, above the tree line. Had a big old oak in my backyard, and it looked like it was just right above it.
At like 200 feet high, huh?
Yeah, and it just floated. I was like, well,
it was real low.
I tried to rule out a hot air balloon. I was like, well, if it was a hot air balloon, I would be able to see the heat source flame. But
that thing hovers.
Yeah,
I think they use magnetics.
Whatever it was perfectly silent. And every time I look at these TR-3B photographs or videos, I look at the red center pulsing light and a strobe, strobe or whatever.
Yeah,
and it's so weird.
It's got like blue ones on the outside on the corners, right?
The one I saw was bright.
I'm just trying to think what I remember seeing back when I was 8. I mean, it was a long time ago. But yeah, it's the light in the center, the red light in the center is bigger.
What do you think 40 years ago that this thing would have evolved? As every other plane.
Well, it did. Back then, they didn't have the cloaking. But now they've learned how to bend the light.
That's true. True.
Yeah. So I mean, and I turned 45 yesterday. I want to send a shout out. Happy birthday.
Well, happy birthday to you, buddy. I didn't know it was your birthday.
Happy birthday to Cobra, because I know his is here, close, and anybody else has got one here around. But yeah, that's what I got for y'all tonight. I mean, if y'all see that guy with the green aura of fog that looks like he's in military fatigues, do not let that fog touch you. I'm pretty sure the only reason I didn't die is because they wanted me to do what I'm doing now, which it kind of sucks.
Right.
But yeah, y'all take it easy, okay? Unless you got more questions.
No, I think I'm pretty out of questions as well. But I appreciate you calling in as usual, Michael. And
you're welcome.
We'll talk at you later, sir. Happy Thanksgiving. God bless you.
You too.
Bye. All right, Michael from Texas. If you did not catch it, this fellow is completely blind, but he can see auras, see into the ethereal. And I see Flat Rock Booger is among us in the chat. Hey, buddy, good to see you. Now, I think the Vault of Nightmares. Hold on a second, make sure I got. Okay. I just did not want them when I do this. I'm going to play. I think I got the. Oh crap! Grab that right mouse there, Sean. I got the right one up here. The Vault of Nightmares captured something in Z Wiki Woods, a new property. He named it after Z Wiki, one of the benefactors of the Dogmancams project. And this is what Vault of Nightmares caught here recently. Here is what he caught on his cell phone in Z Wiki Woods. Okay, what the hell was that? Compared to, now, Flat Rock Booger gave me permission to, a while back to play this. This is what Flat Rock Booger down in Alabama caught off of his back porch. All right. I'm going to have to turn down that audio over on Vault of Nightmares, what he caught. I don't know what that is. It's harking to what you would capture up there in northern Washington. Here we go again. This is in Zwicky Woods on Vault of Nightmares property. Okay, now from what I understand, Vault captured that on his audio, his phone. He ran it through Audacity and cleaned it up a little bit, and then upped the volume on it. And again, here we go. Play up against what Flat Rock Booger in Alabama caught on his back porch. All I can tell you, folks, if you've got an explanation for that, you let me know. All right, folks. What I did tease quite heavily over on the Vault of Nightmares, and I played the video almost for a good 45 minutes. Let it loop, and I've got the live feed of the Vault 1 cam on the screen right now, seeing some interesting things here and there in the live feed, but I don't know what's going on. All I can tell you is there's some strange going on in the Vault of Nightmares backyard. Hey, Lakeia, if you're listening, give me a call at 931-994-6917. I'd love to hear your reaction to that video. See what's going on with you. See if you're going to be couch surfing over to Dark Waters couch down in down in New Orleans. Oh, wait a minute. Anyway, let me grab, see what's going on in the chat. Run up here. Dragon ZW, what's going on? That sounded like, let's see. That sounded like what I heard when I got chased off fishing in a park after dark. Oh, they may have wondered what you got on the end of your hook. Strange doesn't begin to describe it. Yep. So let's go back to that live. Well, let's get off the live feed real quick and go back to, I guess if you just jumped on, this is Chasing Truth. My name's Sean Graham, part of the Dark Waters family of shows. The independent YouTube channel of Chasing Truth, Sean G, is solely owned by me, just to let you know. But part of the part of the Dark Waters family, definitely. Been with Dark Waters for, what do you think? About 3.5 years, maybe almost going on 4 years. I've been doing this show. At least a good solid 3.5 years. But here is the unedited, unmanipulated. Oh, wait a minute, that's the close-up. Here's the unedited, unmanipulated thing I caught yesterday at 6:06 p.m. on November 23rd. What do you think that is? I don't know. Well, hold on just a second. Let me pull this up. Right here is the unedited, unmagnified, anything. And then we'll pull up the big stuff. So this is what we were teasing, or I was teasing, or all of us, in the backyard of Lakeia and the Vault of Nightmares. Just to let you know, see what you're thinking about. What do you think this is? Hey, Barry, if you want to call in, 931-994-6917, and let me hear what you saw the initial screenshot of this. And tell me what you think that this video is. You hadn't seen it until the show aired live. 931-994-6917. Let's see. Audio from Zwicky Woods might not be Squatch. I've heard that type of caterwauling a few times before, and in my little area of the woods, I only seem to have something. Okay, we got an unscreened caller calling in. Unscreened caller, you are live on there. What's your name and where are you from?
Hey, Sean, it's Barry.
Hey, Barry, what'd you think about that video, buddy?
I don't know what to think about that video. I mean,
Well,
it's obviously...
Well, first off, do you think it's totally pareidolia, or is there something there?
I think I said when we were talking earlier on Ball Show, I almost have bet my life that that's not pareidolia. I just don't see it.
If its mama named it pareidolia, that's the only way it could be named pareidolia? Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
that is what I said. I said the only way that's pareidolia is if that's what its mama named it. To me, it was. I mean, that was some crazy. That's just crazy. I can't wait to get up there. I'll be honest with you.
Get in that backyard to see what's happening. Oh my God.
Lord, I can watch it one time, say it, I think it's a booger. I can watch it another time and say, hey, it's got some features. Maybe it's somewhat dogmanish, looking, and I kind of can almost go a different way each time I watch it because, although while it's clear enough to see it and it's there, it's not clear enough really, for me at least, to make out, exactly what I think it is. I really don't. I know it's something. I just don't know what.
Well, I saw something there before I actually, started to hit the record on here, and I was like, well, I hope I catch something. And literally, I didn't know if I caught anything or not. I was looking at it, and I was like, well, 12 seconds should be quite enough. And then I went back and looked at it, and I was like, well, hell, you can see a mouth, you can see a nose, you can see the eyebrow ridge. It looks to be humongous if you compare it to. Let me pull this back out to where it's. I got the.
Of course, in the movement that it does is what blows the pareidolia away for me. I mean, if I was trying to explain to somebody why I thought it wasn't pareidolia, the first thing I would say was, is that number one, pareidolia a lot of times comes from pictures. I can understand the argument there. Video, and then it's moving. That's not pareidolia. Not to me. In my opinion, it's not.
Right. Well, it's hard telling what it is. Honestly, it's the beholder, the eye of the beholder, to say, well, I kind of believe that is something or that is nothing, and that's that's about the truth. And you get down to it, it's like these folks that will argue anything with anybody, especially when it comes to these cryptids, Bigfoot, Dogman, whatever you want to call it. They want a picture with Bigfoot holding today's newspaper in clear view, and then they'll probably argue over it. Well, that's somebody in costume.
Right. We need. I mean, we need people. That are skeptics. We all need to be skeptical ourselves. Not just jump on the first thing of everything. But like I've said for a long time, it is very easy to be a skeptic. Because you really don't have to. You don't have to prove anything. All you have to do is say you don't believe it, and you're you're a skeptic. And that's in most. And a lot of times it's kind of a joke among some guys that I go boogering with from Sawdust Beast. Usually about 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm gonna usually look up and say, you know what? It's funny. We never do see a skeptic out here this time of the morning or the night, they're skeptical from their freaking couch or their chair. They're not skeptical. You want to prove it's not real. Get out there and prove it's not real. I mean, come on. That's why sometimes just being, sometimes it's just, I think these folks just want to. I think they get a rise out of just arguing, and trying to run people's blood pressure up. Really, that's why I won't argue. I'm not going to argue or fight with them, whatever. I don't care. You can believe what you want to believe. That's fine. But like I said, I won't catch you out of the woods at 2 o'clock in the morning. And you won't go out there with us. You won't go out there with us at 2 o'clock in the morning. I will guarantee you won't. I've asked too many of them.
Well, let's see if let's see if we can get.
They're skeptical until they think you can actually put them close to one. Then then they got everything to do, from cleaning the kitchen to washing, bathing the kids, to cleaning the car out, to everything else they want to do before they want to hit the woods at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
So, like I said, when I say it's easy to be a skeptic, I don't say that, as in we don't, to discount all of them. We need them, and we all need to be skeptical. But it's just a lot of them take the, I don't believe it, and they really can't prove anything other than they just don't that they don't believe it. That's about all they can say. A lot of them, in my opinion. That's why a lot of times I just have to tune them out or turn them off, because it just aggravates me. Because and it's just like Bigfoot. I brought this up a while back to somebody. Anybody that I've ever known that got into it and really started investigating came away a believer. I don't know anybody that ever got into it, actually started doing some investigating, and then came back and said, "No, I don't think it's true." They all eventually start proving it to themselves, because they get out there. You got to get out there to do it. And I think just, a lot of folks don't think about it that way, but just, if you think about it, if a lot of this was just BS, you'd have a lot of folks get into this, but on the backside also, when they would be getting out of it saying, I never proved anything to myself. And you can't find those people. I can't.
Yeah, well, I had a guy that called in twice, said back in the 90s, he worked for a place in North Carolina. I don't know if you remember this guy. He called in and said that he saw 3 squatches. First off, he was with his then wife, I think, or girlfriend, having sitting in front of a fire outside where he worked at late at night, and he thought he heard a crying baby. So he goes look for a crying baby, and he finds 2 adult squatches and a little squatch. Well, the next day he shows up to work and he tells the story, and he politely gets fired for telling the story.
Wow.
Yeah, and he called in, probably about a month ago to this show, and said that he was wanting to go back out to that same area, and he asked me if I thought they would remember him, and I said probably. It may be one of those things. However, they communicate with each other, saying, "Hey, do you remember when that old man came over to our place and scared the living crap out of us as Junior was crying? Well, he's back."
Yeah, I mean, and just common sense hint to anybody listening right now. You hear a baby crying in the woods in the middle of the night, don't go look for it. Well, it's most likely not going to be a baby that's been sitting there and then all of a sudden just decided to start crying in the woods. I mean, think about it.
True.
That's another one that I can't think of anybody that said, I heard a baby crying in the woods, and I went over there and there was a baby there. Most of the time, the story is not going to end up like that.
Yeah,
it's going to be something else.
Well, there was a story that I related back to a vault when I was a kid. I lived in a trailer on the side of a mountain and had a bunch of hollers that I always played in. Went up and down and spent time in. And it was one of those. They would tell us, "Hey, get in before dusk, or the bugger gets you." Well, I never thought anything about it. So I was going up the side of a mountain. I was probably about 12 or 13. And I saw a patch of woods on the side of the mountain, and there was this big root ball on the bottom of this tree that was pulled up out of the ground and thrown up into a bigger tree. I was like, well, who the hell would be doing that? I knew there was some forestry services going on and clear cutting going on, but it was miles and miles, but it was on the other, ridge line. Nothing near where I was. And I kind of filed 13 it and said, okay, I'll just and said, can't explain this. At 13 years old, can't explain it. Well, I can't say which came first or second. I heard at dusk a baby crying up in the holler where there should not be anything that could sound like a baby up through there. I told my dad the next day. He said, that's probably a bobcat. Well, I filed 13 that one too, until I started getting into this, and I kind of put two and two together one night talking to Vaught. I said, hold on just a second. Could that have been a squatch that I heard crying up there instead of a bobcat, as my late father told me? And I was like, and then, I've heard many stories of small trees being thrown up into bigger trees by the root ball, that squatch activity. So I was like, well, it could have been. Don't know.
Right.
Could have been.
My grandmother was the same way, with the booger might get you. I used to go to my grandmother's and actually outside of Amory, Mississippi, Monroe County. I loved it because I used to get to ride my cousin's dirt bike. I never, my dad would never buy me a dirt bike. And I just loved it. But she would sit out there and watch me. And if I would get by the back wood line, and right behind her house is I can't remember how big it was, probably 20 some odd acres of just fields. And we would, ride the little road paths in between the fields. But if I got on that back wood line and came down that back wood line on that bike, she would meet me. The next time I got close to that house, she would meet me with her hand, with her thumb and her forefinger, and grab my ear and preach to me again. Do not ride by that back wood line. And it was nothing but for that reason, because she said a booger's gonna, and I listen to people. I listened to uncles and my dad and everybody, say that she was, she was nuts, she was crazy. They'd walk off and she'd just look at me and she'd smile and she'd say, "Yeah, they think I'm crazy."
Well, my grandmother preached to me about that. That was one of the things they reeled us back in real quick. Don't stay after dark. Don't know.
Right.
But booger was, I honestly, there for a long time, I was like, what is a booger? Until I got a little older. Oh, that's what Granny was talking about.
Yeah. And I know some people think it's just hilarious that we call it that, and I'll be honest, when I really first got into this, I did too, but thinking back, that's just what they were called back, and that's why a lot of times I'll still use that word, because that's what they were called back then. Although I just, and I also don't like the Bigfoot, Sasquatch. I've never really cared for those words to describe it either. So boogers is good to me as the other ones are.
Well, that's like arguing, what is it, a werewolf or a dog man, or is it a booger, or is it a Sasquatch, or whatever? As big as got teeth, and I don't like the looks of it. Why in the hell would I want to stay around knowing that I've got proof right there in front of me? Why would I want to go up and shake its hand, or worse? I don't know. That's just me. I know a lot of people will jump in there, say Vault Nightmares, or you were probably saying, "Hey, let's go follow this thing." I'll be going, "Nope, I'll be just fine and dandy and run another way." I got my.
I said this on Vault Show earlier. I said, y'all, I promise I'm not a brave, some kind of macho brave person. It just fascinates me, and I can't help but go. I literally can't help it. It just, it fascinates me that much, and and a lot of the fascination has come from after I got into it, and things that I've seen and heard and experienced. And I'll admit I'm an adrenaline junkie, and I feel guilty sometimes telling folks that ask me why I do it, and I'll tell them, I say, honestly, I do it for the rush. I really do. I mean, you can look at that as being wrong or however you want to do it. I said, but when, I used to be a part of a group that did a lot of, we would go out and do a lot of calls and so forth. And I don't do that so much anymore. But the very first time I ever did a call and got one back, the only way I can describe it is I've never felt more alive in my life. Then when that happened, because it's it's exciting, it's scary, it's just some of us, I guess, we just really get into those feelings. Some folks are going to run from it, but you still be interested in the subject, and that's fine. I don't criticize anybody for not going or not doing it. I mean, it's totally a personal decision. I'm glad that I've kind of gotten to know Vault, because I have been telling him the last few nights. I said, there's been a lot of times I went to play. I just shouldn't have been by myself. And I finally had Vicky Fulcher, an old Bigfoot outlaw, actually made me promise her about to going by myself, and I did, and I promised her, and I kept that promise, and I quit going to the real remote places, by myself. But the only reason I was doing that is I couldn't find anybody to go with me. I didn't really want to go by myself, but if I was going to do anything, I would, I had to. But like I was saying, it ain't got nothing to do with being big, bad, and brave, macho, whatever. It's none of that. For me, it's purely fascination. And then once I experience some things, it's almost like it just gets in your blood and you can't get rid of it. You just, I mean, I really don't think I could quit for money. I mean, if somebody offered me, I could for the right amount probably, but nobody's going to offer that. But, I just couldn't just quit and not do it anymore. It's, that's some of the best times that I can think of in my life have been spent doing that. And also some of the best people I've ever met are people that I've met doing this and sitting around a campfire talking to them, all night and hearing their experiences and so forth. To me, that's just a perfect way to spend a weekend or a week or, however long you can do it. But it's just something I don't think I'll ever quit doing. I just, but I will admit this though. I don't want to live in Flat Rock or Vault's house. I prefer to go to them.
And go to them, visit, and say, well, I've got the wherewithal to say I've had enough of this.
Right.
Yeah, I might visit a place like that, but I'm not going to get out there and say, hey, folks, I am a boots on the ground researcher of the cryptids. Well, there's plenty of people out there that does that, and they got their cameras and stuff. If I go out there and say, all right, I seen what I need to see, bye, I don't need to sit around and talk about it. I'll say something about it later, but I'm more apt to saying, well, here's a one-legged guy coming to a squatch fight, and I ain't got enough of a leg to be in the fight with. So that's all I got to say.
Yeah. Hey, if I can, I was going to share a couple of things that just kind of crazy that have happened. I know me and Flatwire were talking about one of them earlier. I'll give a shameless plug for Sawdust Beast. Back, I don't remember how long it was, within probably, within a year ago or so, we had the bright idea of we were going to do a live YouTube show from the kill site at LBL. We literally drove to the site at night. I think it was the next to the last night before we left. We waited for everybody else pretty much from the weekend to get out of there, and we got us down to about 4 or 5 people, and we already knew those were the ones that were going to go. So we let that happen, went out there. I mean, we literally got out of our vehicles, took a table out there, set up. They set up a laptop. We built the fire, and within 15 minutes, bam, we went live. Being that those two, Larry Porch and Mark Newell, have helped me so much and done so much for me, they wanted somebody to do the spirit box that night. And I knew better. God dang, I knew better. But I did, I'll do it, and so I took it. And I knew not to ask it anything personal. I knew that going in, so it wasn't like I was just blind to anything. But every time, we're live, they're talking. Every time we would get, and there's, every time I would get close to the mic and all that. Those things are so loud, it was just irritating folks. So they would keep sending me off to the side and doing it. And for some reason, I asked, "How did my cousin Jay die?" And I had a cousin Jay who also lived in Amory. It was his dirt bike I used to ride when I was a kid. He was shot. He was shot in the head, actually. He had got off, doing some things he shouldn't have been doing with different chemicals you put in your body, and it ended badly for him. But when that thing came back and I heard the word shot, that night just took a weird turn. Shortly after that, I'm looking through some night vision binoculars. No, I'm not. I'm looking through, I think, Mark Newble's FLIR. And before we ever started, he told me, he says, "I got it set up. White's hot, black's not." Okay, got you. Well, I kept seeing this black figure, and and on live on the show, you can hear me. You can actually hear him getting aggravated at me because I keep asking, "Are you sure that?" He's like, "Yes." But what it was after the spirit, but after that happened, I was looking through that FLIR, and I saw a shadow figure behind a tree, and it was pure black. The only way I can describe it, and I have to describe it this way because this is just the way that it appeared to me, was and I know a lot of folks aren't going to know what I'm talking about, but if you've ever seen, I think it was the old Gumby show from way back, before I was a kid. That character on that show, you remember how he didn't have hands, but it's like right there at the end of his arm, it would just round off.
Yeah.
That's exactly the way this thing's arms were.
Wow.
And the first time I looked at it, I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking, I got something, and then bam, it hits me in the head. Wait a minute, white's hot. This thing is solid black. What? Am I? I'm not even thinking shot, at the moment. So I looked down, asked Mark Newble a question, looked back up. This thing has come one tree closer to us, and the only way I can describe it is that it looks like it turned to liquid and soaked into the ground. Because the only thing I can see is the same color black in a round circle that looks like it's just, some kind of liquid that soaked into the ground, from a distance.
That sort of sounds like that Glimmer Man people have been talking about.
Maybe. I haven't really, that's one I had that I haven't heard so much about. I've heard the name, but I really haven't heard a lot about it. But when I went back and looked the third time, Sean, it had come one tree closer and was back to the original shape. And this is where, when I said earlier in chat, when I said something I think took over my decision making. Shortly after I finally just put it down, left it alone. I picked, the FLIR back up a short time later and looked. I didn't see anything. Well, I just start walking in the woods towards where the thing was originally at. Now, I'm not seeing it anymore. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not looking at it and saying, okay, I'm fixing to go see what this is. At this point in time, I can't see it anymore, but I start, naturally, that's just not something I'm going to do. It's just not very smart to do it. But I walked straight towards and ended up out in the woods, and a guy named John Garrison, thank God he was there that night, because he got out there and he was seeing something too, although it was a little bit different than what I was seeing. I'm not going to say what because I don't know if I can describe it that well, but he got out there close enough to me and said, "Barry, I really do think you need to come back." And for some reason, him saying that and me looking at how serious and just looking into his eyes and knowing he was, I'm dead serious, Barry. You need to come back. It's like I just kind of, when I say this, I'm not saying I don't remember what happened and all that. I do. I just was making decisions that when I look back on, I'm like, those aren't decisions that I normally would make.
Oh, do you think you were in a trance maybe and he snapped you out of it?
Somewhat, but I don't know if I would call it a trance, only because I can remember things, and it was just kind of like something, just a little something, just affected the decision making in my brain. And I'm guessing on all this, but something just took over my brain just enough to affect the decision making on it. That was that is the wildest night of things, and of course when it's over, and we went live, I think, for 2 hours, hour and a half. It's still up on their YouTube page from last year, but and you can see every bit of it, and you can see me. I'm freaked out when that thing says shot. I'm freaked out. I just sit down in the chair and I'm just like, almost like just staring straight ahead. Because I'm like, I don't care what this box is. It should not be able to tell me that. Now I knew, and not to ask you anything personal. And Larry Porch had told me before, made sure to tell me that even before we did it. But I kept getting sent away from the group because it was so loud. I kind of got aggravated and just kind of forgot, just really wasn't thinking. And then, and ran out of questions. I'll tell you another thing it did that night was somehow on that spirit box, it had different lights on it that would light up at different times. And me and John Garrison, we're getting it to predict what light was going to come on next. There's different lights that come on randomly. I think it's when it's scanning the channels. 3 times in a row. What we said would, do this light, it did it. We did have a couple times after that we asked and it didn't. So I can't, it did it 3 out of 5 times. So I cannot say beyond a shadow of a doubt. It could be it could be coincidence, could be just the way things happen, could be luck. But that was just part of the weird experience. And I know when I left there, I drove by myself up there I did it because I knew I needed to. I wanted to do a lot of heavy praying before we got there, and I thought I needed that time. But I'm gonna tell you, and I don't say this lightly because it's hard for me to tell folks is, man, I cried like a baby from there back to our campsite over what had just happened, because something in me knew that I was very close to bringing something on me that I might not ever would be able to get rid of. I don't know what that would be. I can't tell you any. But it was just something inside of me told me you're a very, very lucky person. And of course, Mark Newell and Larry Ford, they feel horrible about it. They're apologizing to me, and I'm like, why are y'all apologizing to me? I'm the dumbass that asked it that. But that was one of the most. That was just one of the. It was an awesome idea, but if I wouldn't have made that one little mistake with the asking it that personal question, I think the night would have went a lot different. There's also some people that saw shadow figures behind Mark and Larry while they were live that night. I've never gone back and looked at it to see if I can see them, because I don't like watching myself very much at all, but I really don't want to watch that.
I don't like listening to myself on the mini radio shows I've been doing or been on. It irks me just to hear my own voice. I'm like, oh crap, I didn't know I sounded like that.
Well, I know. I was like, daggone, man, I sound like some kind of redneck from Mississippi, and then I remember that I am.
Well, I'm a redneck from Southwest Virginia on the Kentucky border. Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
And a couple other things. I'm spouting stuff out that I've told maybe once on some very small places where nobody's really heard it. But earlier in the chat, I was talking about, and somebody asked about the phone calls. The day of my dad's funeral, when it was over and everything was done, and I brought my mom back to the house. We walked in their house, and the phone was ringing. Didn't think, house phone, didn't think anything. I answer it, hello, because I'm way ahead of my mother getting in the door anyway. Hello, and I'm not going to say it was my dad, but I will say that it sounded like my dad, The line was kind of crackly, but not real bad. And it was my dad, and I knew me and my dad didn't get along a lot of the time, but I knew my dad good enough to know that there was distress in his voice. I dropped the phone. This is one of the biggest mistakes or things that I wish I had never done in my life. Instead of being able to hold on to the phone, I dropped it. And that's the closest I've ever felt to, like, I was really literally fixing to pass out. It was that much of a shock.
Oh, wow.
I tell my mom comes in, she can tell, something's wrong. And so I start telling her what happened. And she said, well, what number did it come from? Well, I don't know. I didn't look. I just answered, We go look at the phone, look at the number. It's my dad's cell phone number. And my dad's cell phone was in his nightstand turned off in the same house that I answered that phone in. But I know for a fact I went and found it, and it was off.
Was that cell phone service to that phone deactivated? No,
because like I said, he hadn't been. No, it was still on, but the phone itself was off. So okay. I'm glad you asked that. I probably should have made that more clear. Because he had passed, within the week. It was an elective heart surgery that he did not have to have. He had it just because they told him that he would probably prolong his life, 10 to 12 more years. And he took Coumadin for 25, 30 years, and just being honest about it, they missed that because they really had to, they came out and they admitted they went back in on him 5 or 6 times to have to go in and retie the valve off in his heart. And they said it just kept cutting through everything. They, said his bones were like butter and his tissue was kind of the consistency of margarine. And they said it just keep cutting through and cutting through.
Like
he never.
Was he on a lot of steroids?
No, but they said it was the Coumadin that it did it because he had been on it for so many years.
Wow.
But somehow or another they missed that, but that, can I say for sure it was him? No, I can't. I can tell you for sure that was his voice. Now I understand how things can manifest and make us hear or sound like this, or that's familiar to us. But I don't have a whole lot of ghost or woo-woo type stuff that so much so that I've been through. But that one right there was one that thinking about it right now, it just mystifies what happened. And I was so glad my mom was there and she couldn't hear him on the phone, but she saw the number on caller ID. So wow. I knew I was, because I'm the kind of guy that would ended up going to sleep later on that night, woke up the next day and then discounted it as I was just, stressed. I was this or that, but she saw the number on caller ID. She wouldn't, when she saw the number on caller, she didn't want to talk about it no more. That's just the way, that she is, and that's fine. But I was glad that I did have somebody there that saw it. So, number one, just for proof's sake, but, and I wasn't making it up, but number two, just, so I didn't just discount it as in maybe I was just distraught or whatever. And I was distraught that day because my dad and I love my dad, don't get me wrong, but we had a very up and down relationship. We're opposite people. I was adopted. I was orphaned when I was born. Mm-hmm. And we just weren't alike. I loved him. He loved me. He did things for me he never had to do that I'll appreciate, to the day I die. But we butted heads many times about so many things. And I honestly, somebody's asked me before, what did you think if you'd have stayed on the phone, was he trying to do? And the only thing I could think of was that it was either he was distraught over the fact of why am I where I'm at and what's going on, but I really believe he was probably going to say something about making sure that mom was taken care of.
Well, I can tell you the God's honest truth. Well, let's see, what was it? September 2nd, 2019, my brother passed away. My sister, quit her job to go take care of him in his final, days. After we had everything said and buried and gone and all that stuff, sis moved in with me. And I was on the phone or Skyping with my girlfriend, and I get this strange text message from my sister saying, I just heard Travis's voice yelling at me. I said, wait a minute, Terry, I'm going to go see what Robin just said. And she knocked on the door and said, did you just hear Travis? Is that what I got? He said, yep, it was as plain as day, yelling at me. I was like, wow. Well, I didn't disbelieve it because my near-death experience tells me, yeah, that's entirely possible. Well, about 3 or 4 months later, I hear him yelling at me like it's coming from outside. I think it was probably winter, and when I heard his voice after my sister did, it was probably spring because I had the front door open, and it was just as plain as day. I was actually half expecting to see him at the front door.
Wow.
And was that a gift from God that he said, hey, hey, Sean, in his voice? Don't know. But, I wouldn't, when you have those experiences and it leaves you with a good feeling, I wouldn't trade it for nothing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And I will say this to anybody, I don't even know I know why I'm saying this, but this is unlike me to say something like this. If you are having or you're not getting along with, and your parents are still alive, make peace with that before they go, because it's not an easy thing after they go to deal with. Like I said, there were times I probably even stated that I hated my dad. And I didn't hate him. I was just mad and frustrated, and like I said, we were just opposite people. And I didn't really handle my childhood and what happened and all that very well growing up. So I was just a wild child, especially when I was young in high school and in my early 20s. But there's not a time I don't go by his funeral site that I don't apologize for not trying to work on things, better than I did.
Yeah.
Now he could have worked on them too. Don't get me wrong. It was both of us. But I was just telling, if there's anybody out there that's going through anything like that, try to squash that, because when they're gone, you never think until after it happens. But when they're gone, you're never going to be able to work on it. You're never going to be able to talk to them about it, and it's going to stick in your mind for a long time, for the rest of your life. So that's just my I guess my little word of advice. Maybe if there's somebody out there that's going through or has kind of the same situation. There was never a time where we weren't speaking or we didn't see each other regularly. It was never anything such as that, but we just butted heads a lot about a lot of things. It was just different. We're just different. We weren't blood related. We were just different people. And sometimes I guess during, in that process of being orphaned and then getting adopted, there every now and then there's a kid that just, I never really felt, for lack of a better way to say it, part of the, I knew deep down in my soul I was part of the family, but on the surface I never felt like, because I was just so different from I was into to sports and anything having to do with, water skiing, jet skiing, whatever, and they just were just total opposite, just everything with everything. But that was one crazy, and I know, and the only thing I heard him say, I'll admit, the only thing I heard him say was my name. I heard him say Barry, but I also knew my dad good enough to know that was the same tone that he used when he was either pissed off or something was wrong. So I really feel like he was, that I would like to think that, maybe that was him just trying to, say, look, this wasn't supposed to happen. Like I said, it wasn't like he was rushed into surgery for, to save his life. I mean, it was totally elective. He did not have to have the surgery. So I sometimes just want to, well, all the time, I just want to believe that, it was just something that was a shock to him just as much as it was to us, and that part of him, somehow or another, he figured out a way to reach out to try to just let us, because I just let us, my parents were together, my whole life. So, and he did so many things before all this happened to make sure things would be better for her, because once he passed, because he had diabetes real bad. And,
right.
He knew, and my mom's side of the family lives well into their 90s. I mean, my mom's 87 now, and I mean, still drives. I mean, still can do, most things that a lot of folks that age can't do. But it touched home when y'all started talking about that. I think the only time I've ever even told that story on air is maybe Bigfoot Odyssey, the 168. The first year we tried to do it when COVID hit, and I don't think it ever even aired on there. So because I don't think we were live, I think he was recording it. It was just and it all fell apart because of what was going on. They were, we were going from park to park, and they were closing them. As we would get there, we'd get set up, and within a half a day, we would have, game wardens or, park officials say, hey, they're closing down everything. We're going to need y'all to, to let me. I think we went to 3 different places before we finally just gave up, and everybody just went home. But
wow,
crazy experiences.
Well, where I was a respiratory therapist, I had, sometimes there for a while I thought, well, why in the heck did I ever, want to be in this? Because I saw so many people pass away, which now I claim it as a blessing. I see the final moments of somebody. But there was quite a number of these folks, as they were passing away, they were seeing and having a conversation with people that had already passed before them, and it made them happy. I never seen one scream at, hey, you son of a bitch, I didn't want to see you ever again, and here you are. Never seen it. It was always a happy occasion. And my brother's final day on this earth, my sister was sleeping in the room with him the night before he passed. And he was having a rough time, and the day before I spent hours with him, and he claimed, and didn't claim. He said, Sean, I'm scared to pass on. I said, it's okay, Bubby.
Yeah.
But sorry about that.
It's all right, man. I know exactly how you feel right now. It's hard. It's hard to talk about. I almost lost it just a second ago.
Well, anyway, he, right at that moment, I just wanted to share with him what I experienced when I had my near-death experience. Well, anyway, later that night, my sister said that he started seeing people that had passed, and he was breathing as hard as if he ran a marathon, and he was waving at the ceiling, saying, "Oh, hi," and smiling.
Just take a deep breath, man. It's okay. Take a deep breath. Take your time.
Well, anyway, he had the same experience. He had the same experience as others that I had seen as a respiratory therapist, and I was so glad that he had that experience.
Yeah.
So, anyway, there's something beyond what we're seeing right now, definitely, and that's part of the reason I do this show.
Yeah.
I may not, excuse me, didn't mean to cough on the air there. I may not talk about it all the time. I may be talking about cryptids and ghosts and UFOs and all other stuff, but there's always, everybody's saying, well, once I close my eyes, there's nothing left. I'll be glad to not have to experience a thing. And there's I'm like, well, okay. I've actually had people on this show that were my guests, and I told them a little bit about my near-death experience after before or after the show, and they said, I don't believe you had one. Once we close our eyes, that's it. Well, I said, well, if you and I both,
how do you tell somebody that, man?
Well,
I don't think you had it. To me, I'm just thinking out loud. I could, even if I thought that, I couldn't tell anybody that. That was literally telling me that they have.
It's the individual, and very intelligent. Both the folks were very intelligent. I said, once all this is said and done, we both closed our eyes for the last time. If nothing happens, then you're absolutely right. If I'm right, we can sit down and compare notes afterwards and see who was right and who was wrong.
Yeah.
I left it at that. And I said that's the way I said both of it. To both of those folks that said, hey, I don't believe you had one. Okay. Well, I can't, other than saying, hey, I had this near-death experience that took me from edge of creation to the other edge of creation, and back again, and in between, and everywhere else. And honestly, it was, I can't, other than just saying, hey, I had that, I really know that each and every one of us will have a, maybe not the exact same experience, but similar to a certain extent. I've talked to other near-death experiencers that would, they had a very varying, different experience than I did. But there's similarities. Everyone and I have talked with, other than other than ones that visited hell, don't have any fear of death. Period.
Right.
And I don't have any fear of death.
I'll admit I do. When I think, people, that's what I'm saying. Doing this, people probably would think, probably not. To be able to run around the middle of the night in the woods and this and that, you must not be scared of dying. Oh yeah, I'm very scared of dying. Very, but I don't think about it when I'm, and, I mean, maybe I should more, I don't know, but yeah, it scares the crap out of me.
Well, I can tell you that what I experienced is the doctor, I was laying there with my leg looking like Freddy Krueger got a hold of it. And the doctor I've known for about a decade, he said, Sean, you've got maybe a 30 to 40% chance of even surviving this amputation I'm going to do on you. If you spent a couple more hours outside of this ER, I wouldn't be having this conversation with you for the necrotizing fasciitis. So, and it seems like it will, from that point to the point I started nodding off. From the drugs they gave me, I remember saying, okay, this is it. Said I, said my prayer to God, say, hey, forgive me for what I've done. Slipped off, and all the craziness begun after that, which I've done. Oh heck, well, let's see, including that last show I did is probably between what I did 2 complete 2-hour shows over in Dark Waters, and I don't know how long I worked on that last live feed I did explaining my near-death experience. I have not told 1% of it. The only other person on this planet that has heard more than anybody else is Terry, the lady in my life. And she hasn't heard it all. And just for the sheer fact, I just don't have the words to explain what I experienced over there. I wish I could at least grant that to somebody. But, I know from my experience that everybody will go through it in one shape, form, or fashion. How it happens, I don't know. How their experience will be, I don't know. But, closing your eyes is not the end of all things, that's for sure. But,
I'm a firm believer in that also. I mean, this isn't all it is. I don't believe. Yeah. I don't believe we close our eyes and then we pass and then it's just over. I'll never believe that.
Well, the thing of it is the folks that do believe that once we're dead, we're dead, and the record's over, break the record and it's gone. I don't see how they get through life with that.
Right.
What makes other than probably the ongoing relationships and saying, well, I've fathered or mothered a new child in life, and everything that I've done is left for them. Kind of vicariously, sort of hoping they'll live again through them. I don't know, or reincarnate. I have no clue. I've kind of sat down for a few moments to try to think of that. I'm like, why? How do they see the benefit of continuing if everything ends once you close your eyes? It's like lights out, power off, nobody's home, like switching the computer off. Don't know.
Right.
Oh well, it is what it is. But holy cow, we started this program looking at a Bigfoot, possible Bigfoot picture and video to back that thing up. And where's this? Well, that's part of what I do.
You want to end it on a crazy Bigfoot story?
Sure, why not, brother? That sounds like a good one, man.
All right, number one, I can't say 100% I believe in mind speak. All right, last year before we went to Florida on 168, I just happened to be one. I don't approach it as in I don't dream. I just don't remember dream. I don't ever remember a dream. I mean, it's probably been a decade, and I couldn't have told you a dream I'd had in a decade. 2 or 3 nights before I'm leaving to go to South Florida, I had this dream that I am literally, and looking back on it, I think it was almost like it was mind speaking the dream, because I don't remember actually. I remember speaking to them. I don't remember them moving their mouth and speaking to me. So I don't know if in the dream I was getting mind speaking and answering, but it was actually on. Why are y'all coming down here? And I can remember in the dream I was going into detail on we're not coming to cause any kind of problems. We're just coming for curiosity and for proof, and to show people this, that, or the other. To this day, I've never remembered a dream since then. Now I know you can chalk this up to nerves and you were just fixing to leave and go. I understand that, but there was just something about it that just almost felt real to me. And I know I'll never know for sure if it really was or not. But and then once we got there, I'll admit, I the first 3 days I honestly felt like I had never in my life done this before. And the second part that should be out after the first of the year, I'm hoping that that's when we caught orbs down there in the woods. And when I say we caught them, we didn't just see them; we saw them we literally saw them every night for like 4 to 5 nights in a row.
Wow. With your own eyes, or just on the camera systems?
We could see them with our eyes, and I also finally, at first we would pull out. We had FLIRs down there that people brought on their own. That $6,000 for a FLIR, which I couldn't begin to touch. But we would pull that equipment out, and every time we would do it, it would retreat back into the woods. It was that's why I asked earlier about the size and the colors. It was a whitish blue light that looked like it was spinning. Every time, the last night we were there, I know Martin Newbold had to come on one day early. I was with a lot of folks know the name Christopher Noel. Christopher Noel was there. He really made me push the envelope, because he really pushed me to get out. And we really we tried that night really to walk up on them. I mean, but every time we would go as far as we could go until we got to just thick woods, it would retreat back into the woods. And this thing would get behind, look like it was even go behind trees, because people, everybody would be like, it's gone. I'm like, it's not gone. Look right there. I said, do you see how there's a light behind that tree? I said, it's behind that tree. Now, these are orbs, y'all, that when I say this, these things just didn't sit there and retreat. I mean, these things at certain points in time, at one time, one of them was about 100 yards in front of us. It came all the way down the wood line to our right, crossed over a little dirt road that we had walked in there on. And I would say it when I did not see it when it was, in the area that didn't have any trees. It just was like in one tree line, and then it just right over another tree line, came behind us, and then went straight off into the woods. And we're in a national forest that has one dirt road that leads through it, and that's what we came in there on, and we're not 50, 60 yards from that dirt road. I really hope, I know that wasn't what we were down there to catch, so to speak, as far, the film, and I don't know how good the footage will end up coming out as far, when he goes to put it together, but I hope some of it does make the film, because it was, we literally, there would be about four of us that went every night, and I was one of those folks. And then every night we would take 2 to 3, maybe 4 new people, and every night they would see the same thing we were seeing. And it got to, after 2 nights of seeing them, the third night we're walking up the path to get there, and I'm telling them, I'm at this point in time, I've experienced enough with this, and never in my life had seen an orb before this, never. Honest to goodness, didn't even know if that orb, I kind of had my doubts about orbs. But we had seen it so much by this time. I was telling the people that were there for the first time, and one of them was a guy named Bradley Hatcher, who's on Bigfoot Odyssey. I told him, I said, it's going to be sitting there when we get there. I said, it's going to be in the back right corner of this field, and I said, it's going to be waiting on us. Like it's looking at his watch saying, what took y'all so long? I said, it's going, and I'll be dog. We come up the little pathway, and it's sitting exactly where I said it would be sitting, and it appeared to be 5 to 10 feet off the ground and just barely pulsating. When I was looking through it and recording it I actually had a pair of night vision binoculars that are mine, and that's what we ended up recording it on. It was the only thing that it seemed to stay there and let us record it was that device. So we just rolled with it. And take for granted too, while we're looking at this, we got we're getting flare hits. We're seeing, I got people behind, that was one, I was so thankful Martin Newell was there, because he took over. He had people watching the back wood line, and because we were hearing things in the woods, we were catching, hits on flare in the woods that would be there 1 minute, put the flare down, tell somebody, look back up, it's gone, all kinds of things. And also just happened to, as I went back to camp and would tell Carrie and Mark Zaschke about what we were seeing, I went back out there probably the second or third day I think after we had first seen it, just to show him where it was. And myself and Mark Zaschke had a Bigfoot sighting standing right at an area that orb went past 100 times while we were, over those 4 nights, that we were there. We actually had a sighting. It wasn't that far away, 20, 25 yards, but it was some very thick brush in between us and it. And I made the mistake. I took my eyes off, and just like everybody hears the stories that go, Mark was going around. Zaschke, I'm telling you, that man's got, at that point in time, and probably forever, he's got a little bit more guts than I did. But he told me, he said, "Stay here, do not take your eyes off. I'm going to it." And he started going around to my left, trying to work his way around to the thing, because you couldn't going straight. You were just going. I mean, it was just so thick you couldn't. It was just impossible. Going around to the left, you were more in a tall grassy area, and that's where he was going. Well, he stepped on something, I think is what happened, from what I remember. But I know my eyes cut to him and then cut back, and just like you hear on all these, story or encounters and so forth, when I went back, it's gone. And I didn't think it disappeared. I told that. I mean, first thing I did was yell to Zaschke. It just hit the ground. We never could tell from that point forward that it was on the ground. We never saw it again. But I'm pretty sure some of that footage will be on the video that comes out after the first of the year. And once that's over with, I mean, basically, we kind of got a gentleman's agreement. Kerry's going to put what, he's going to use what he wants to use. And then after that, I can do with what I want to, since I, have the disc, that it's on. But, of course, before then, I can't really do much with it. It wouldn't do, it wouldn't break that bond of confidence that he has in me. I would never, come out and just start showing it before, all the episodes are over with. But that was one of the most, it was one of the most eye-opening experiences I've ever had, as far as just, okay, you got it, because like I said, I didn't believe in orbs. I never seen an orb. I had seen lights in the sky. I told this story recently on Dixie Cryptid. I'm trying to tell everything that I told that night, but I'm pretty good at picking out things in the sky, in the night sky, that probably shouldn't be there. I've got I don't have a YouTube channel. I've never been one that really cared about releasing a lot of stuff. A lot of this was just for me, and I just wanted, I never have called myself a researcher, but if that's what the term is, I just wanted to research with people and have the experiences for myself. I'll probably will come out with something, before long, hopefully first of the year, but, we'll see. But, heck, I forgot where I was going with that. I had also caught something in the sky that, one of these lights that I catch around here in Mississippi all the time. I mean, honest to goodness, you can write my number down, call me here in a couple hours, and I'll bet you money I can go out and get you a short video of one out in the sky tonight. They're there every night. But wow. What I tell people, these things don't zoom around. They're not your typical zoom. They don't do that. They almost orbit through the sky like a star. But stars don't have different colored lights that keep flashing on them. I have shown these things to people, Sean, so many times. I mean, I'm talking some pretty high up, or what people think are pretty high up Bigfoot researchers, and it's been blown off. I've submitted it to a couple shows a few years back. They basically asked me, "What do you want me to do with it?" And I'm like, my smart butt said, "Well, honestly, I thought you would know what to do with it. But I mean, if you don't want to do anything with it, that's fine too." But that, I honestly, at one point in time, Mark, I almost have forgot this. Mark said this. Mark Newell had actually made this comment when we were telling the story on Dixie Cryptid. We actually had a camp out, sitting by a campfire one night about midnight. It was the last, he took a couple encounters, and I almost didn't tell it, but I did. Something told me to tell it, so I did. But Mark reminded me how I said that this orb that we're seeing on the ground is connected to this light I'm seeing in the sky. And the lights that I was seeing in the sky, I did get the people that I was with that night to say, okay, something's not right with that, because it is flashing colors that it shouldn't be flashing.
Huh. So have you seen any aliens walking around since you've had all these videos?
No. I mean, these videos are pure. They're lights in the sky. I had actually, I don't know if you could hear that noise. That was actually an ex-girlfriend that was calling me. That one night we did get one that was zooming across the sky, and we got it on her phone, and I'd be daggum if she didn't erase it. But but anyway, they're just not your typical. I actually one night I saw one that came from the sky and was going to the ground, and it was out in the middle, to the west of Clinton, Mississippi. It looked like it was coming down. I didn't know if it was landing, crashing, just coming down for some other reason. I did not know, but I'll never forget that night. I drove down every road I could think of to drive down to try to find something, and I never, of course I never saw anything. But I say that it's just not your, you know, I have seen a UFO one time. I did see one come, that looked totally different, come across the sky north of here in Madison County in Florida, Mississippi. It was coming right over us, Mississippi Power and Light substation, and as soon as it got right over the top of it, it just bam, it was gone. And I don't know if this is what it was doing, but at that time, I knew deep within in my heart that I was like, that thing was sucking energy out of that substation. That I didn't see anything going towards it, don't get me wrong, I didn't see anything that made me. That's just the feeling I got when it flew over it. I probably saw it a total of 3 seconds. Zooming across the sky, it gets right over the substation, bam, it's gone. I'm just driving down the road. I don't know how I didn't wreck.
Wow. Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know how I've seen the stuff that I've seen. I know how I've seen the stuff like that. How did that just by chance happen? I know a lot of the Bigfoot stuff and like that is because I've just put myself out there to see it. But I'm glad I do get to see it, and I'm glad I do get to experience this stuff. And I didn't grow up as sci-fi. I've never, to this day, I've never watched a Star Trek, Close Encounter, any sci-fi, I've never watched one of those movies all the way through. I can't
say that I am a consumer fan of the stuff. So
yeah, I was never into sci-fi. I was never into any of that stuff. Ever. I mean, it just was not my thing.
My brother was the same way.
Then you grow up and you start experiencing some things, and it just gets, like I said, it gets in your blood. Oh
yeah.
So I'm just glad I've been able. I'm glad that the Lord has blessed me with the people that I've met and been able to work with, because I've been, for somebody, you got to think, for somebody who's never put, and this is just the truth, one piece of evidence out. Now, I have shown people stuff that I have privately, but I've never put anything out for public consumption. Not one time. And to be associated with the people that I'm associated with is, sometimes when I really think about that, it blows my mind, because you don't find it. So somehow or another, it goes back to where I really believe that, somehow or another, this is just, it's something that I'm supposed to be doing. Nobody will ever be able to convince me that it's not something I'm supposed to be doing. And that doesn't mean that something bad won't happen one day, or that trouble won't come my way from a cryptid or something like that. I don't know. I will do my best for it not to happen, but something deep inside, my mind, my heart, my soul tells me, that I'm just supposed to be, this is something I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know why I'm supposed to be doing it. I couldn't tell you that, but I'm just trying to enjoy the ride, so to speak.
Well, be safe as you're doing it. I can't see any reason why, any better reason not to do something or to do something is, hey, it's a feeling I got to do. Just like this show, Dark Water's come to me 3 times before I said, okay, yeah, why not? First 2 times I was like, nah, I won't mess with that. And then something just snapped into me. I think it was one of the times that I actually heard God say, hey, you have nothing that's holding you back. Everything is right there for you to do this. And next thing I knew, everything fell into place. The equipment was here, and I look at it now. Everything that I did in my career to be able to start doing this live feed, whatever, podcast, I had a similar experience that I could translate over to doing this show.
Right.
Like, well, okay, maybe I was sort of green to start doing this thing. I don't know. But, yeah, there you
go. I'm so glad you did. I mean, I've got so much enjoyment, before I've ever chatted with you or Vault or anybody. Just the hours that I've spent listening to you, and you're genuine, man. And I think that comes out to people. You're genuine, and people, there's just something about you. You got a aura about you that I think people trust, and it makes them feel comfortable, and they're able to call in when maybe at another time with another person, doing a show like this, they might not be able, they might not feel that way. So in my opinion, you probably are meant to do this.
Well, I kind of wonder why people, I kind of wonder why people want to talk to me live on the air, but I keep doing it. So evidently people like what I'm doing, and I appreciate it. Got one question from Lisa Ray. It says, why do you think some people have loads of paranormal experiences and others have nothing ever? So, do you have an opinion on that?
My first answer, and I'm not trying to be a smart aleck, I'm going to give more than one answer. My first answer to that is I have no flipping idea. My second answer to that is it's probably some of us are more open to it than others. But, I've seen Bigfoot researchers that have researched, they say, for 40, 50 and never seen one. I don't know I'll be honest with you. I know me. I go 40 years and don't see one. You ain't gonna see year 41. I promise you. Because I would have to have an experience before in that time. But they still it's in their blood and they keep doing it. I really don't know. That is a $1 trillion question, Lisa. I think maybe it's some. I wanted to say that some of us we're set up and we're geared to, and we want to see it. But then you've got people that want to see stuff so bad that don't see it. So I really don't know, and I think that's one of honestly, I think that's one of the questions that I have that keeps me going, and doing this, because I'll admit, I haven't tried to make $1 off of it, but I have not made 1 cent from doing anything in this field. But Lord knows I have spent some money doing it. Just the 168. I was saying this other night. Just the 168. I dropped 600 just in fuel. I haven't eaten anything. I haven't done anything. But I'm, 13, 14 hours in Mississippi away from, South Florida where we're going. I literally, and that's back when probably, if we went right now, it's going to be $900 probably, because it's, the gas was a lot more reasonable at that point in time, we still dropped that. I still dropped that much on it, and I've got a Toyota Tacoma, so it gets decent, not great, but it gets decent gas mileage. So
I'd say before this administration's over, we would be grateful to pay the oil and gas prices that are currently happening. So
true. Another thing I just thought, Lisa, another thing I thought about Lisa's question is that, maybe, the powers that be, who, the however you want to say it, the Creator, the Lord, God, however anybody out there looks at it, maybe maybe somehow or another the people that have the experiences are the best ones to be able to relate those experiences without trying to make them more than they were, lying about, because I'm big about, I don't, nobody can prove this, or anything, but that's one of the biggest things in my head is just, I don't try to make something out to be something that it wasn't. I don't, try to make it more than it was. I just try to tell people, what I experienced. And maybe, maybe somehow or another, the powers that be just, they can figure out the ones of us that will be the best for doing and relaying that information to people. I really don't know. Like I said, that's I would give $1 trillion to know the answer to that, because I have sat around and pondered that question many times on, why do I get to, see this, see that, and I know a lot of it, like I said, is putting yourself out there. But when a lot of times you see things and you're doing something, you're not even trying to look for anything. and that, of course, that's happened. So I really don't know. But that is a great question. I hope I find the answer to that out one day. Even if it's after, if it's in the first hour after I pass, I hope one day I do find the answer to that, because it does. I have spent some time wondering why some folks do and some folks don't.
Yeah, that's true. The short answer to this is some of us are born with the gift to, touch the ether, and little kids are so close to the veil when they, start growing up. They get admonished when they start saying, "Hey, I saw this or had this experience," or they're in a nurturing situation. Well, okay, that's good, sort of thing. So I think we're either admonished or nurtured to feel or see or experience these things. Sometimes we're not. I think it's an individual process, a family. Like Steve Stockton. Steve Stockton grew up in a home that had a little bit of nurturing on the supernatural side. I kind of grew up in a mishmash of the stuff. My dad said, "Hey, there's nothing out there that's going to touch you or whatever." When I saw a ghost when I was a kid, and then he turned around in the car and says, "I got to tell you, I wasn't going to say this before we moved out of that trailer court, but I saw this thing walk through the trailer." I've told that freaking thing so many times. If you've not heard that story,
my dad laughed at me for doing this, and then a year, maybe 2 years after he passed, my mom tells me about 2 experiences he had as he was a kid. That's a totally true story. It's like, I'm looking at her like, do what?
Oh, yeah. So
you telling me that he saw something that I'm out there looking for that he's laughing at me at? And she's like, yeah. She said, but yeah, they had, fishing at night, things screaming at them, and coming out of the woods, sound like, the typical coming out of the woods like it's trying to tear the woods completely apart. They had the experiences, like that. And that would be just that right there describes mine and my dad's relationship. Because if I could get him right now and talk to him, that'd be one thing I'd be like, why in the heck did you not tell me? And why did you act like I was just an idiot for doing the things that I was doing? Because he did, and that's just part of it. Maybe he just my dad was like that. He wasn't if anything like that happened, it amazed me, but it didn't surprise me that he never told me that, because that's just the way he was about things.
Yeah. Well, my dad and I were, I guess, almost clones of each other. We butted heads because of, we had so much pride in what we thought, I guess at the time. I can remember having knockout, drag out, not fisticuff fights, but just words. There was a time that I did not talk to him, years. And then, the final few years of his life, we did make amends and told him I love him finally and all that good stuff at the end. So I think we ended on a good note. He having a series of strokes still wound up making it into my 3-month stay at a hospital, saying, "Are you okay, son?" And, the area of his brain that controls his speech was stroked out so bad I couldn't understand him, other than, his girlfriend was there with him and could understand him. And the sheer effort that he put forth to say, "Hey, I love you, son," meant the world to me. So,
didn't he pass?
Yeah, he passed
right there around where your surgery.
He passed on the day that I was released after 3 months in a rehab hospital.
I heard you say that the other night.
Yeah. So here's the strange thing: 6 o'clock that morning that he passed, I woke up and I was like, "Uh-oh, something happened." And then I get a call from my sister saying Dad passed, and I could hear my brother in the background just sobbing away, and she was barely able to choke out the words. And did I get a "Hey, I'm gone, Sean" kind of deal? Possible. It's just I got this weird sinking feeling that he's gone. And then I get the acknowledgement that he was gone. Here's one more last strange thing before you go, Barry. During my stay in that 3-month hospital stay, my niece sister's girl. They, my niece and her came into my hospital room. I think I was seriously on the best drugs that people would probably spend thousands of dollars on the street. And I'm going to put that out straight out and say, hey, I was on some good stuff back then. I think it was the same day they got me up out of the bed for the first time and set me up, with a amputated leg. And they come to visit me and saying, hey, kind of check on me. And I don't know what we were conversing about. Couldn't tell you what we were conversing about. But my niece was on my left side, my sister was on the right side, and they were sitting together in front of me. And all of a sudden, this little blue tyke of a little kid, boy, comes out, glowing blue, and sits on Courtney's lap, my niece's lap. He jumps off her lap, looks up at me, waves like he's doing a little sailor salute, and exits stage left. And I kind of, they asked me, said, Sean, are you okay? I said, you didn't see that?
Right.
No. And I actually did see the sonogram. About 2 or 3 weeks later, at that time, my niece did not know she was pregnant. 2 or 3 weeks later, I get a text from my sister with the attached sonogram, said, Sean, you were right. She's pregnant. And all I can say is the little fella that is running around hollering and screaming about SpongeBob looked exactly like that little kid that popped out of her belly.
I mean,
yeah,
that is wild.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you how I did it, why I did it, or whatever, but I was on some heaping helping of some hospitality drugs at that time. So I don't know.
And a lot of people try to blame it off on, put it off on that, but I was wild enough when I was younger to know that, look, everybody that goes out there and puts chemicals in their body is not seeing, cryptids or little blue, they're not seeing, you don't see stuff like that. So, I mean, I'm for one that, I'm one that's not going to say most likely it was probably the maybe the drugs put, maybe somehow or another they got your mind to the right state to where you just could see that. I don't know. But, a lot of folks will blame it straight on drugs, and it's like, man, look, you don't have a bunch of damn crackheads running around talking about seeing Bigfoot. It don't happen. So don't tell me that just because somebody sees cryptids, they're doing drugs. I mean, there's some people, I've even heard that crazy ass argument before.
I heard one theory that they were related to all these Bigfoot sightings out in the wild for campers that were having sleep paralysis and the dreams associated with it. I was like, well, okay. Now, the one thing that I did as a career for about 15, 16 years, I did sleep studies. I was in sleep medicine, and that was one of my favorite things as an offshoot, saying, well, why do people dream? I read study after study, and I can honestly tell you that they have no fucking clue why or how we dream. And to, put a theory out there, sure, why not? There are so many doctoral thesis papers wrote on dreaming just because, it's a theory. It's a theory paper, and they can't really, they can bullshit their way through the theory paper and put the $5 word here and a $5 word there, and then next thing you know, they're standing on the stage receiving a diploma. But, I honestly think that they have no clue why we dream. Your best guess is probably okay, because I can't argue with it. The one thing I can think of that makes it feel right to me is that when we dream, we touch the other side some way, somehow. Or some way it's communicating with us in such a way that we dream about it. I don't know. It makes sense to me. If it doesn't make sense to you, you go with whatever you think. But to put out a theory that...
anything else.
Yeah. To put out a theory that sleep paralysis is the causal factor of part of, I could see a small fraction that you could probably argue, yeah, sure, why not? that you had some sort of wild, vivid dream that you saw a dog man or Bigfoot come rapping at your tent door flap or whatever. Possibly, but that's just me. That's my twist on it. That's my theory. It's just as good as that theory. But
I will say a lot of times it seems like I've had more experiences when I'm a little bit sleep deprived. And I will admit that there are times that I will purposely, during certain outings and so forth, I mean, I'm going to get some sleep, but I'm going to make sure I'm not getting a lot of sleep because I have just so many times on those nights of 2 and 3 hours of sleep had things happen the next day. And that's just part of me trying to, figure things out, if it's just coincidence or if it's actually, part of it. But I do know that it does seem like that the less sleep that I've had, sometimes the better chances of something actually happening and not just happening with me, other people, being there too. So, I know it's just not, me going without sleep and somehow or another my brain's just, cooking something up. But I've noticed, I think there's a correlation, at least with some of us, in between, for some reason when we don't get enough sleep or haven't had the proper amount of sleep, it's easier for us to get on, to see that side of things and so forth. But that's just, off the wall thought, So another one of these things I'm just trying to blindly just feel my way through and try to figure out.
Are you still there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Hello?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Just stopped all of a sudden. I was like, well, did you finish your thought or did the audio go out?
I thought I did.
Yeah, okay. All right. That's fine. Well, Barry, it has been an absolute pleasure talking to you for so long. It's just one of those things. I was like, I kept seeing you and hearing about you, having discussions that people were referring to, and I was like, I've got to talk to this guy. And quite honestly, I was like, wow, he's a cool guy. So I'd love to talk to you again sometime. I've been so close to
calling in, so I've been so close to calling in so many times, and then somebody else would call, and that's just the way it worked out. But I'll be honest with you, I had already typed. That's the reason I was able to call so fast. I'd already had your number typed in my keypad on my phone. So when you said call in, I just like bloop, shut off YouTube, bloop, and hit call. I mean, that's how I did it so fast. I already had the number, the whole number typed in. So it was just meant to be tonight.
Oh, that's cool. There is some strange things in Vault's backyard. Now, there's been a couple times that I've kind of scanned back there, but there's something in there now that I just now focused on. Way back there and back, and it looked like it's. I can't say it's blinking, but that's an adequate statement. Something's blinking in and out, a little light or whatever. Maybe that's old one-eyed Willie. Who knows? I don't know.
No, I don't know either. I do know in between what folks refer to as the pillars, those two trees. I watch a lot of it with my screen, colors of my screen inverted, I got some. I mean, you can really tell that night that on DW where he's got one-eyed Willie, where he's actually to the right of those. If you're looking straight ahead, to the right of those trees, but you can, with the colors inverted on your screen, you can really see him blinking very, very well. But it just, some reason in between them two trees just seems to be, it just is. It just seems like that's a lot of the time. That's where a lot of the action is going to be. I don't know why.
All you can say is that's where we're seeing it, and then whatever theory you come up with to explain that, go ahead. Just state the facts and move on.
Audio equipment. I can't wait.
He's got I think he's got a parabolic mic. I think coming. I believe Zwicky. Miss Z, I'll call her that. Miss Z is, put forth a lot of funds to, make some stuff happen over there on the Vault Night. Right. I appreciate that. Well, that strange, crazy call or whatever that was that Vault shared with me. That was interesting. That was liking to that stuff they caught up in the Washington State so many years ago.
You know, there's old Bigfoot documentaries that have that same yell in it, but they're nowhere near as close to it. What scream is nowhere near as close as it was as that thing was the vault. But I've heard that, you know, the old John Green, they have John Green in them, and some other old timers that first started all this. There's a scream just like that, and I can guarantee before this weekend's over, I'll be going through a few of them trying to find it. But when I first heard it, I was like, I know I have seen that, you know, because when I first got into this, I was still watching TV at that time. I don't really watch TV. It hadn't heard in a decade, but that I have heard that scream before. That was so wild about it. But yes, that, I mean, you know, it's so, I mean, you can tell how loud it when you listen to it, because it almost just blows the little mic out on his phone, and you know, he's close to it, but he's not, you know, 20, 30 yards away from it. He's a little bit of a distance. And that thing still, you know, was able to sound like that. It was, when you first played that earlier tonight, I was like, holy cow. That's probably, honest to goodness, that may be the best piece of, only because it's just so loud. And maybe some of the best audio I've heard. And Flat Rock's got some good, Flat Rock's got some stuff that competes with it, though, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Flat Rock, buddy, you got some crazy, strange stuff in your backyard, too. No doubt about it.
We may need to try to get some funds together just to get some permanent equipment up at Flat Rock.
So,
I just thought about that. I was like, hey, we may have to go to spot number 2 here if he'll let us, you know.
They're supposed to have like 3 or 4 cameras more in addition to what's up right now coming pretty soon. Now, old Blue from over there at, what was that? Oh, crap. Fort Pierce, Florida. That had that big Dogman sighting, that camera thing. That camera's supposed to be back up PDQ as soon as they get whatever's with a contact, or not a contact, the Wi-Fi issues, the cellular issues, I think is what they're having issues.
That was great. That was crazy. First, I mean, I've seen it 100 times now, but that was crazy when I first saw it. And I love his response to it. I think it's the first thing he said was, "Oh hell no."
That's what it made. The first time I saw it,
you know, oh hell no.
The first time I seen that, and you know, I was like, "What the hell was that?" That run by, and then all of a sudden, I was focusing on his experience. He doing this live on Facebook. He was looking like he was about ready to have a stroke or jump out of his skin, or puff away on cigarette after cigarette. You're like, oh my God!
Right, and I think he had gone live to actually, if I may be mistaken on this,
that
I
was
think he went live to tell people something he had seen earlier.
Yep, he was pointing out something that he saw. Yeah, he pointed the camera right outside his back door, and then he pointed it toward that light pole or that utility pole or whatever it is in his backyard, and that popped up, and it was, that's what sold it to me. Just his raw experience that he was sharing right then and there. You can't train yourself to do that.
I wonder how many folks right there around him have moved since then.
I don't know. From what I understand,
right around there is probably like, oh hey, I'm out of here.
Oh yeah. Well, who knows? How many people have you talked to that moved away from a house because of weird experiences, or a farm, or a big piece of land, or whatever, because of crap that's in the woods?
Right.
Yeah, who knows? I've heard several people that said, "Hey, I don't want to live around there because of boogers." I've heard that a few times across my lifetime. Who knows? There's this one guy that lives over next to Whitesburg, Kentucky, and his name's Sean as well, and has a big YouTube thing called The Hillbillies, and he's chronicling his life with his wife and now 2 kids, and he quit doing squatching because of his 2 kids. I just don't want to risk my life and put at risk the future of my 2 kids, and that makes perfect sense. You know, I've seen some videos that, like, holy cow, what the hell threw that rock and hit him square in the back in the middle of a forest, hill, no, not a forest, middle of a mountain that he owns land on.
No, we had a guy on 168. I forget the guy's name. He came on late, but he was from Florida. But he was standing there in the woods at night, and he's got a mag flashlight, and something slapped that thing 10, 15 yards out of his hand. Just all of a sudden, bam, and just slaps it, and that flashlight just goes flying.
Oh man!
I don't know. Yeah, I know. Those are things that are like, I like doing this, but that right there would be a little bit on the stressful side. Because number one, not only did it just knock the flashlight out of my hand, but now I don't even have a light.
Oh man!
So,
how many stories? How many encounters have you come across that they didn't see this thing similar to what you just talked about? But as soon as they got up on it, there it is standing in front of them, like, how the hell did you get right there in front of me? Or they kind of phased in and phased out, these Bigfoot creatures, boogers.
I've heard them. I really haven't talked as far as phasing in and phasing out, talked to anybody personally, or one-on-one that's seen it. I've heard a lot of, over the years, the encounters where that seems to happen. And I'm gonna be honest. And this is just my opinion, and which is nothing. I think it's something that they're doing that affects us, that makes us see it like that. I don't know, in percent. I don't know what it is, but I don't think they're phasing in and out on their, like that they may be. It's very, very possible. Don't get me wrong. But I think they, it's something that they're doing that actually affects the way we see them. I know Kerry Arnold had a good idea. What I thought was a good idea one time was on how it's so hard to get them on camera is just the way that their hair is. Yeah. Is it hard for the camera to actually figure, to detect them if they're moving a certain way, very slowly or whatnot, and maybe the camera just don't take that picture at certain times because of the way that that their hair is.
Well, you can look at cameras. And most cameras have some sort of polarizing lens on it in some shape, form, or fashion. You can go and watch some video that, they're taking a video of a screen, computer screen or whatever, and they have to manipulate their polarization, physically move it so they can capture what's on the screen because the polarizing lens filters out the screen. We'll look at it that way. Maybe the light is polarized to a certain degree where, cameras, capture only ghost images or maybe a dark image in the background or whatever. Who knows? It's a possibility.
Yeah. It's a very, very good possibility. That's a heck of a thought there, too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're supposed to have the Bigfoot hair that I recognize as possibly being the authentic thing from the people I have talked to and heard stories about, say that it has a translucent quality. So maybe that's a possibility too. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, and me too. That's what I've seen. I think it just their hair helps pick up colors in front of them and behind them. That just helps them blend like that, And I know in Florida, we saw a lot. We got a lot of shots of them, and it almost looks like their skin somehow or another, whether it's an oil, it's just oily, or if it's some kind of algae or whatnot. But their actual skin on their face appears as green as the leaves around them. And we really kind of got that was a real head scratcher for us. When we first started taking some looks at those.
So is there, with a Bigfoot, you got all different kinds, shapes, sizes. Is it like trying to say, hey, this is a dog, but is it a Yorkie or is it a big Great Dane? Are you following what I'm saying with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So. Yeah. Maybe they have different attributes from region to region. Just like, you get a a particular horse from one part of the world's a little bit smaller, or you get something that's a Clydesdale size possibility.
Right.
I hear that Iron Dogger, if you know who she is, their Bigfoot up there are absolutely monstrous compared to the rest of what's happening on the U.S. proper continental. But
yeah, I know. I watch Iron Dogger. I try to watch her every time. I know she was live again last night.
Yeah, she was live, and I was like, cover your ear bones, and she'd do that knock real quick. And you're like, well, that's not loud enough to worry about my ear bones. But she's getting out there in the middle of 1 degree weather at midnight, after midnight, hunting for Sasquatch, or what she call it? Big footing. She's out there footing or something like that, Bigfooting.
Right, she sure is. I mean, the girl's got them. I mean, and she's not scared. And I mean, I have all the respect in the world for her. I'm not, you know.
Oh yeah, she's just a little touch crazy.
I'll be honest with you. I'm more scared of the damn cold than I am the Bigfoot. I'm from South Mississippi, man. We just don't do good in the cold. We just don't. Or at least I don't.
1 degree weather up there is probably warm for her up in Alaska.
Right.
So
she said she was saying that last night. She said, "Y'all think this is cold?" She says, "We're not even in the cold months yet." And I'm sitting there thinking, I couldn't live there. I just couldn't do it. I wouldn't go outside. I'd be inside for 6 months of the year. I mean,
I've known some people that moved from Alaska down to here, and they say that the winter months are brutal, but the summer months are doubly so, because all the things that took a nap during the months of the cold months, like bugs and stuff, he said it would be like biblical swarms of bugs all over the place.
You know, I've always wondered that. You know, they always say down south here that, you know, well, it didn't get cold enough this year to kill off a lot of the mosquitoes and so forth. But yet you got places like that get so cold, and then they got some of the biggest mosquitoes you can find up there.
Oh man, the crap I heard is I don't want to go anywhere that has bugs that literally can clog your air filter running through them, you know, on your car. So they got that shit up there right now. Well, not right now. Everything's dead. You're sleeping or taking a dirt nap or whatever. But
I even think that. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Even when she's out doing stuff, it just keeps popping in my head. I just don't know how much they move around at night. Once it, you know, maybe not 1 degree, but when it gets up real cold there, I don't know how, if they don't. You know, I'm a big proponent of they go underground a lot more than people really know. You know, I've talked to people here that have watched them come out of a river, you know, come out of a riverbank on the Big Black River, go down to the water, drink, go back to the same place they went out of, and they said it looked like that once they, you know, walked up in the hole they came out of, it the dirt just fell around them, you know, almost like they used some kind of, you know, infrasound or something just to and it did just enough, and it just matter of fact, I've actually used that trying to look for them and find them on the riverbank of the Big Black, looking for spots that, you know, where things have been disturbed like that. I haven't run up on any yet, but hopefully I will. But like I said, that, you know, even with me and Vault, that was the one thing that the only reason I'm talking to Vault right now and doing anything with Vault is just because probably a week and a half ago, he just happened to mention 4 dogman sightings near Vicksburg, Mississippi, and I sat straight up and went, hold up now. I researched around the Big Black just east. I mean, just east of Vicksburg a lot of the time. I'm gonna be. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna be down there tomorrow as soon as lunch is over with. I'm headed that way. And I have to admit, Dogman is not something I've seen or that I've even thought I've seen, but I you know, the Bigfoot people that say I don't pay attention to that, you know, I tell them, I'm like, look, you're in the same, when you look for Bigfoot, you're in the same areas that Dogman might be, so you better get familiar with them, because there's a good chance one day you might walk up on one, or vice versa, and it might walk up on you. But that's, you know, that one comment he made, and then I asked a question, and then, you know, things just have steamrolled from there. And I'm glad they have, because I think hopefully we're gonna have some great things. Be able to do some great things, investigating and so forth.
Well, you got to have an open mind if you're going to investigate something that is such a broad spectrum subject as these cryptids that you're out there chasing or trying to get proof of. If you're so closed-minded that, well, I don't believe that this cryptid is, but I believe that this big-ass cryptid is, okay. So if you run up on the cryptid that you don't think is there, will that change your mind? Or will you open up your mind and, kind of look for signs and symptoms? Now, if I got it right, if this was, I may be talking out of line here, but I think Vault might have some #1 tracks of Dogman over in Zeke Wikiland. So I think he
said he's going to try to cast some from over there. Yeah. He had asked me recently, within the last probably 24, 48 hours if I'd ever seen a cast one. I said no. I said I've seen pictures. I've even seen pictures from a wildlife employee for the state of Mississippi that he took of what we thought was a Dogman track. But I haven't seen anybody that tried to cast one. I hope he can find them. I mean, and like I told him, I said, I hope you call me when you go.
Yeah, send me a picture or whatever of it. Heck, get old Truth with that 3D laser or that 3D printer he's got. Do a scan of it and make 3D copies of the damn thing. If it's good, sell it. Here, if you want to touch something like that, go for it. Maybe that's why everything follows the line. Strange things have happened. But I'd like to see what he's going to cast. I remember my dad used to, I don't know why in the heck he was always one of these guys that liked to make a quick buck or whatever. And he got these plaster casts and stuff, and he made plaster casts of just about everything, statues, crosses, you name it. He even got us kids in on it when we were a little kid. And I was like, wait a minute. I know how to get that shit hard quick. But you have to buy a special chemical that kind of dries it out real quick or whatever, mix it up, and it dries real quick. But also cracks the damn thing, too. So, and mixing up plaster is, just one of those things. You got to be careful with it. You got to get the right consistency for the humidity.
I have one cast that I've had one cast that I've ever made. I never got into it, and then I made one cast, and after you make one, I can't say it's just, at the forefront of my mind, but I do have, somebody called me right now and said, I got a Bigfoot print. All I got to do is hit the garage and then hit the truck, and I got plaster ready to go, After you get one of them, it kind of gets infectious.
Yeah, I'm gone, man. I got about 5 pound bag out there in the back. We'll be there in a little bit. Somebody grab the water.
Right. Yeah. And that was one thing I think that helped the tracks out, the initial tracks at LBL that we found. And this was a trackway found by Shelley Reed and Patrick Noble. And we actually they actually found it before I ever got there, but we went 2 or 3 days. There were so many tracks that we had to, for 2 or 3 days, let it sink in and actually prove to ourselves that we weren't being hoaxed. Because there was that many of them. But what it was, they dropped the water down during the winter, and it was just an area where they were coming out where the water had been dropped down, but they were actually going out, for the mussels there in the water, eating on them. And we had big prints, little prints. We had 2 little prints facing 2 big prints. Like it was, a little baby one that was, just fixing to get picked up by his mother or father. It was, and I'll be honest, not dealing with footprints like that, I think if we ran into it again this year, we would do a lot better job of documenting and so forth. But it's just something that we just, none of, even, and I was there with some very experienced people, but none of us had really done a whole lot with footprints. Because a lot of times in Mississippi, it's very hard to find them, because especially, in any kind of wood. We have so many, just the leaves and then once you get any pines around there, that pine straw just, you can see them, but you can't cast them. You can make out a print, but it's nothing that's castable. But mean, these were actually where a lot of the year this part of the lake up there is actually has water on it. But at the time of the year we were there, they had let the water down. And I at the very end I was one of the very last ones that decided I was going to cast one, and ended up coming out probably as one of the better prints. But it actually had a sighting there when I was actually going to, because I had to walk back out there and get I poured mine last, so mine was going to, of course, be the last one to dry. And one of the last times I went to check on it, I'm getting stuff thrown at me from the woods, and I'm hearing these crazy sounds and stuff, and I go back and I beg everybody there to go back with me, and nobody because I don't think I cut up a lot, and I think some of them were thinking I was messing with them, so I ended up having to, I had to go back and get it, and actually get down in the mud, on my knees in the mud, and I actually dug the dirt out from up under the track and put it in a cardboard box and brought it home and let it sit up for probably another half a week before I even tried to take the print out. But that was a crazy experience, just them being behind you, and you knew they were behind you. Because I actually was going out there by myself one of the last times and saw a jet black one going up the hill. That right there, because the one thing that stuck out to me was how long its arms were. It was going on all fours, and when it made that first big movement on all fours, and its arms went out, it just stuck in my brain how long those arms were. And those things, they were not happy. They were not happy. I mean, I think by that time they had figured out we were, they were actually, when I rounded that corner, they were where we were casting the print. So they were out there looking, trying to, at what we were doing. Yep. So by that time, all the prints had been taken up except for mine. Well,
they were throwing the one thing that I've heard time and time again. If they're throwing stuff at you and they're hitting around you, they meant not to miss you, just to get your attention, to get you the hell out.
Right, and I think that's what I really do think they just wanted me to I just leave the area, But they also knew that that I was with people that were close, but I'm also at this point in time at where you can't see me from the campground. So while they think there's probably some people that I know are close to me, I'm thinking there's nobody. I mean, if right now I could get snatched and taken up this hill, and there's nobody that's going to see it. They may hear me if I get a chance to scream before that hand goes over my mouth. They may hear me, but they're never going to see it. But we actually found where they had been taking those mussels up the side of that hill to the top, and you find little piles of them where they would go up there and sit and eat. I actually saved one of the mussel shells, and I keep it with the cast that I have. Because it's part, it's just, that's why really we got the cast, was because that's what they were eating and so forth. Right. So I saved one of them, but LBL is just I don't know, that is a
LBL is only about 150 miles west of me. The same mammoth cave system that exists in that area goes, fingers right down into where I live, right over the border in Virginia. My brother, my late brother, he used to be a spelunker, and he said, I rappelled down into a cave that had an underground lake that you won't believe, Sean. So is there enough room down there? Is enough resources down there to keep somebody alive? I would dare say enough to, with a resourceful person or resourceful whatever, could, without doubt.
Right, I do too. And that's, like I said just a little bit ago, I'm a big proponent, even in places that people don't think of caves being, such as Mississippi. I still believe they go underground a lot more than people realize. I really do. I think they've come, they're smart enough to come to realization that sometimes just being underground like that is just going to be the best place to be as far as not being seen, not being, anything happening and so forth. Plus the fact that, your temperature is going to remain more constant and, it's that,
Well, you got more security, more, you have more control of your surroundings. It only makes sense.
It just makes sense to me,
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly with that one. Well, Barry, I appreciate you. I think I broke the 4-hour mark a little while ago on this thing. And
we did. It was great talking to you, man. I sure appreciate you letting me.
It has been more than a pleasure, and I appreciate you calling in and sitting with me for a while. John with me as the old
no
folks
problem
used to
at all. And I hope you and everybody that's listening has just a wonderful Thanksgiving. And everybody come back safe. So we're all here. We can all sit back and do it again next week or next time that Sean's on.
All right. Well, I'll be back next Saturday. I've got Mr. Bitto. He'll be on Saturday night with me over on the Dark Waters channel, and we'll be discussing everything that is south of the border in Mexico, from cryptids, dogman, paranormal, you name it. And that's what's going to be on tap for Saturday night. So stay tuned, and that's it. That's all I got to say about that. But it's going to be interesting. I've got to go and actually sit down and listen and research him a little bit more. I didn't get his book to be able to read it, so unfortunately we'll have to play it by ear. But that's part of what I do, play it by ear. Barry, I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you so much, Sean. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving. God bless you.
You too, sir. God bless you also. Y'all have a great night.
You too. Bye. All right. That was a heck of a call. Thank you, Barry, for that. That was that's a peach, hun, of a call. The open lines are closed, and for the folks that just piled in at the end of this show, I'm going to show you what I hyped up for a little bit. And oh geez, well, Connor, I'm going to have to bring Connor on here. Hold on just a second. Connor, hold on just a second. Let me pop you on. Connor Flynn, what's going on, brother?
What's up, man? I know we're at the 4:20 mark, so I won't keep you too long, but I called you an hour before the show even started, so it's only appropriate that we finish the show like this, too.
Yeah, I know that you called in right at the last minute on a couple of shows, and I kind of ignored it, and I said, well, all right, let's go ahead and do this. Now I'm 4 hours in, 4.5 hours in. Why the hell not? Let's go. What's up?
I'm good for the 25-minute or the hour or the elevator pitch. We'll definitely keep this one a short walk on the sidewalk while we're going separate ways down in a populated city. But yeah, I'm doing incredible today. I had an off day. I went hiking along the Ecofana Creek and Japolo River and had some weird sightings or encounters, I guess I would say. I saw something out of the corner of my eye that was like a brown movement, and I was recording during it. And then while I was speaking to the forest, I got some knocks back. They were definitely not loud cracks, but they were just smooth vibrations that definitely spoke to me. And it was just a calming effect, and it was a very peaceful place. And then I took a picture of this crazy triangular structure that I posted, on Facebook and Instagram, and got some wild responses about how it might be a portal or to keep out from there. And Red River Cryptids, who comes across a bunch of crazy evidence, was really impressed by it. So it's really cool to be on the leap of the skunk ape. And then just before I called you, I was linking up with Jack McClellan, the director of Void Cat, and we saw the new Resident Evil movie, Welcome to Raccoon City. And it was a decent movie. There were some cool actors, Tom Hopper from Umbrella Academy and then Game of Thrones, and then the main girl from Maze Runner. But I was more, impressed by the demon dog, because that was always my favorite character of Resident Evil, was that crazy werewolf looking thing. And this is kind of like a prequel and a setup, so you get to see how that creature became. And it was really fun because, of course, we've all been on our Dogman craze, so I can appreciate all angles at it: the lycanthrope, the wolf, the Dogman, the curse, and just all of them, like Teen Wolf and all the other adaptations. And interviews that I've done, ranging from these creatures being 4 feet tall and more dog-like, ranging from skinwalker type shape-shifting creatures that start as a 7 foot and then raise to taller than the telephone poles. And these come straight from the Native American word of mouth, and it was right down the street from here. So I'm always in Dogman territory, and I'd love to talk to DW and Dogmancams about setting up around here. But of course, Flat Rock's property would be incredible too. And just having Barry on here was so awesome. And listening in, I got home, I was like, oh, he's the man. He is so cool. I'm definitely looking forward to linking up with him. He was supposed to come to the Tennessee camp out, but of course a bunch of crazy crap happened. But hopefully I'm going to be part of the next 168, and then Barry can stop here on the way, and we'll definitely get into some things because he is very open-minded, and he reached out to me long ago, like feels like a lifetime ago now, but probably like 6 months ago, and we've been close ever since. And I'm really looking forward to, taking it to the next level and being in the field together, because once you're virtual friends and then it becomes real, I feel like the forest realizes that. They're like, wow, something brought these two together to come to this place, and all the enchantment, electrifies together. So it's a special thing, man. And you have a special place, and I love, running down the Gypsy Road, screaming Bigfoot Anon and Skunk Ape, man. And tomorrow I have a Thanksgiving special about the Stacy Brown camp out. So it's like 2.5 hours. It's pretty much like a hillbilly documentary, and I'm really excited to share our evidence, because we did get some footprints that Squatch Me Now actually shared out, and man, it got a nice buzz on the Instagram world. But man, I'm just really excited, and I also want to congratulate you on the TikTok post. I know you had some success on your older TikTok videos. I was looking back, I'm like, man, Sean's been, he had me looped way before I even started. But your recent video hit 2,000 just on a simple upload, so I can't wait till you keep updating people with the Dogmancams. And
it's already hit 2,000. It's already hit 2,000.
Your newest one. Yep, your newest one just got 2,000 loops, and you barely used, hashtags and all that. You used Dogman on hashtags, so you definitely used some. But once you start, really diving into your TikTok game, bro, I see big things for you, and you just have the right voice, the right mindset, chasing the truth. It really works. My Bigfoot Anon name came out on SoundCloud first, so I really never put too much into the name. So I appreciate these people with big names. Maybe 2022 it's going to be Connor Flynn, something else. But for now, we're running with Bigfoot Anon. But I appreciate what you're doing, man, here on YouTube, but I can't wait to see you explode on other places. And can't imagine the people that don't even, aren't even part of this YouTube community. They just know us through Fringe and all the other New Orleans radio stations. Like, wow, what a treat that they're just in their car messing with the tuner and they hear your voice narrating some strange and weird paranormal stories, and then hearing all the call-ins is just another treat on top. But man, it's a great process, and you have an awesome community, and I love growing with it week to week, and you have incredible people in the field with you, man, and I appreciate it from afar and within. So just keep up the great work, and I hope everybody has an incredible night and a better Thanksgiving. My family is up in Cleveland, and then my mom's in Indiana, so I'm actually riding solo, which is fine because I've found some tribe members, and a couple of us are actually going to Torreya State Park tomorrow to do some squatching, and then we're going to get a bite to eat after. So I'm looking forward to it. Just be thankful in every direction. And today I got some really good news about a future expedition, and I think I got to get on a plane to do it. So really big things, and I'm super excited to speak at the Southwest Florida Skunk Ape and Bigfoot Town Hall Conference. I have a table there, and I'm going to be one of the featured speakers. Maybe they'll have me start the show off and get everybody ready, but it's going to be so awesome, and I'm going to try to time it up with my dad coming down because he lives right near where I'm speaking. So, he can man the table while I'm going out and, blazing with the leprechauns out in the forest. But I'm just looking forward to the holidays and Black Friday. There's a new movie that just came out called Black Friday with Devon Sawa from Final Destination and Bruce Campbell, of course, from Ash from Evil Dead. And it was really incredible. I love holiday movies when they put a twist on it and like have some kind of other backstory. Swamp Dweller, he does a bunch of cool themed ones. He was just on Spaced Out Radio last night. I just got booked for Spaced Out Radio for early January. So everybody just keep your eyes peeled and have a good holiday season, and everybody just have a good night. I appreciate you for letting me, ramble on for a few minutes. And of course, this was the elevator pitch. We're on the Sears Tower or whatever the Gotham Tower is in all the movies. But man, I'm really looking forward to the future. I know I keep saying that, but I just want to keep telling people, spread the love, spread the positivity, and good things will happen, man. I keep, just finding just amazing mysteries and weird anomalies. And some days I'm like, oh my gosh, am I going to run out? But no, the world keeps providing. Sometimes I just get blindsided by people that come into the comic book store with wild stories. And every day, every week, man, you get closer to chasing the truth. And it's a special place. So thanks again, Sean, and I will talk to you soon.
All right, brother. Be careful.
And I forgot to mention, I filmed a bunch of scenes today near haunted houses and this haunted graveyard with Jack McCullough after the movie. I was like, Jack, I know some spots. I told him to bring his camera, and it's pretty much just me with a flashlight. So it wouldn't be anything like narrative-wise, but you remember the silo scenes, how it gets like real, blinky screen, weird flashes of good shots. It would be something like that. So maybe we just started the next movie tonight. So today is history. Man, guys, be safe. I hope everybody drives home safe because tonight is the biggest party night of the year, they say, because everybody is home for Thanksgiving and there's nobody working tomorrow. So if you're driving home, drive safe. If you're drinking, go sleep in the ditch, and not dying wise. Go sleep in the ditch and like get a couple hours and then drive home, man. I've done that a few times, but I've slept outside. I never went in a ditch. I'm creative, I'll get in a bush and be out of sight. But I know some people, they're just, the ditch is better than driving drunk. But guys, be safe. Bend the rules because that's how enlightenment, starts. I will talk to you guys soon. I hope you guys are all at my premiere tomorrow. It's going to be 2.5 hours. I'm going to be watching football, enjoying the ganja of the thankfulness, and do your research, guys, about Thanksgiving too. It's some crazy, interesting stuff, but America had kings and queens, guys. They were buried in circular formation and sitting formation. They worshiped the sun. So let's not get too worked up about politicians because our ancestors were so much more than the establishment gives us. So let's just run towards the truth and remember a little light will brighten even the darkest cave. Love you guys. Take it easy. Sean, Miss T, legends. Peace, guys.
All right. Good night, brother. Happy Thanksgiving. Holy cow. Okay. That was the elevator pitch, folks, from friend of the show, Connor Flynn, Bigfoot Anonymous. Look for him over Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, you name it. So go over there and check him out. Well, folks, I have put up the 12-second video for the last few seconds, for the last few moments for the ending of the show that I caught yesterday at 6:06 p.m. over on the Vault 1 camera, Dogmancams. Go over to Dogmancams and look at it. It's less than a cup of coffee to subscribe to that, or catch one of our shows, one of the Dark Waters family shows. You might see this camera live like you did tonight. Who knows what's happening? All right, folks, hold on just a second. Let me get this thing situated where I can go in and do my outro. Okay, folks. After each and every one of my shows, I say a prayer. And here it goes. Thank you, dear God, for tonight. Thank you for all the people that called in. Thank you for the blessings. And another year has went by, and here we are, another Thanksgiving. I give thanks for each and everything that has occurred in my life, in the life of other people. Thank you for having them in my life. Please, dear God, bless each and every one that's listening or will listen or has participated or called in. Keep them safe and prosperous. And I plead the blood of Jesus Christ in each and every one of those lives. And my show and my life, my house, the houses of those that are listening. Please, dear God, bless each and every one of them. Keep them safe from everything that's evil, demonic, out for the ruin of souls of man. Extraterrestrial, interdimensional, extra-dimensional, anything that's indifferent to us. I plead the blood of Jesus Christ on them and rebuke them. Those things. In Jesus Christ's name I pray. Amen. Folks, I appreciate you being a part of the show. This has been another stretcher. I didn't expect to go for, how long have I been on this one? Just 4 hours, 35 minutes. Thank you for being a part of the show for so long. I don't know which number to see which one is. I see 72 for our viewers and 100 on the other. I don't know if that's how many is still with me, but I appreciate each and every one of you. I hope that you enjoyed tonight. We spanned the spectrum of what was supernatural tonight for sure. And if you like what I do, please hit those thumbs up and share, subscribe. I have a merch store. If you want to buy something, you have physically something in your hand, that will help the show tremendously. Got tumblers, coffee, that kind of thing. You can see that in merchandise down in the description, and click on there and see what's going on there. Appreciate you, each and every one of you. God bless you, and have a happy Thanksgiving. And please, folks, be a light. There's so much out there that's trying to snuff lights out. Be a light in somebody's life, at least for a minute or two. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving here in the United States. Give a call to somebody that you haven't talked to in a while and say, hey, I'm thinking about you. And just say, hey, I love you, or thinking about you, or whatever. It may brighten somebody else up just for a moment. But that's what a light does. Anyway, folks, thank you. And if you want to be a part of the Chasing the Truth family, all of the links are in the description of this show, this live feed on Chasing the Truth, Sean G. Please, dear God, bless each and every one of them. And I'm out of here, folks. I think I'm going to call it a night. It is November 25th at 1:24 a.m., so I'm crossing the boundary. So I'm happy Thanksgiving for the Central Time as well. So there you go. Let me grab this and hit this. All right, folks, I'll see you next Saturday night over on the Dark Waters channel.